No, somebody's already ran across it. Oh, no, somebody's already ran across it.
There's still so much to do.
Hurricane incoming!
Groot. The raccoon has the heart of a panther.
I am ready.
There we go!
Show.
Yeah! I got heals for you because
The Cosmos heals
I can't. Did I heal you?
Be strong!
Rocky, I mean. Somebody.
Kill the fucking Venom!
We are in the front.
Kill the fucking Venom!
in this together. My strength has increased. It is your foes who fall like timber.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. You've captured more than half of the missionaries.
Fine.
Keep
Asshole.
going.
Oh, what the fuck?
No, don't die. I got heals.
Shield you. Alone.
Hey, if y'all die, I got ult. She's fucking trash. One hit on that bitch.
By the eye
I got her. I'm ulting.
anything that anybody needs to put on the record this morning? Oh, thought we had everybody. Are they just out in the? We haven't seen them. Okay. Can somebody give them a call or a text? Okay, Mr. Atkins, you know whether we have Sergeant Gaither? I mean, I know we're a few minutes before 9 still.
My understanding is she would be here by 9.
Okay,
I'll check to confirm.
I'm sure she will be.
Your Honor, I also want to let the physical boards, oh, I'll wait, but if
We
any,
don't have anybody for, all right. Good morning. Okay, yes, sir, Mr. Atkins.
Your Honor, I was just going to let defense counsel know the physical boards with the phone records, they're right here.
Okay.
And so if anyone wants to come over, I'm happy to share with anyone.
Okay, thank you. The boards he was having made up. Yeah, now's good. We have a few minutes before we have the jury ready anyway.
All right. Something happened already? Something happened already? sound.
Mayor Eric Adams expected to be in federal court where he's facing several criminal charges.
We're good to go. What the hell's going on? Didn't court just start? Girl, didn't you wear that yesterday? I hope you didn't wear that whole fit. I know you wore the jacket. Oh boy. Oh. Well, I'm about to play. I'm gonna play something while it's going on. Put something on my other screen. Got smoke. Alright, let's see how this trial go. Let's see how it go. my phone? So yeah, what's the problem? gracious. Court still ain't start. It's 9 o'clock.
And Your Honor, starting gate is right outside.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get her in.
There we go. We live.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Ladd, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And good morning, Sergeant Gangster. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Yesterday, the state was showing you some photographs and asked if you recognize them.
Oh, Lord.
I am showing you again State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo from page 195 of State's Exhibit 526 Yankee. And I'll ask you if you recognize once more the people and the place shown on that exhibit.
Yes.
And would you please tell the jury who it is that is shown on, I'm sorry, I can grab this one. The exhibit in front of you.
Quindarius Zachary and Quinn Porter.
And may I ask you to just lean into the mic or pull that mic a little bit closer to you? Thank you. Go ahead.
Quindarius Zachary and Quinn Porter.
And where is it? Are you able to recognize where it is that Quindarius Zachary and Quentin Porter are standing?
Yes, where they're sitting.
Sitting,
Yes.
thank you. Where are they located?
At the dugout gambling house.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo as evidence. Thank you. Would you please tell the jury, you can hang on to it as what date and time that State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Bravo was posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
October the 8th, 2014, but it doesn't have a time.
Okay. And what is the caption?
Me and Big Boo.
Now, is this Quentin Porter, thank you, the same Quentin Porter that you referenced earlier as Big Boo?
Yes.
And is this the same Big Boo that Mr. Zachary talked about as having known Tay, who grew up in Capitol Homes with him and Montun?
Yes.
All right. And is this the person that you indicated was a member or a leader within Rock Crew? Yes. I'm not suggesting. Thank you. You may answer.
Yes.
All right. Do you recall during the interview where you spoke with Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And do you know whether she has any children by any particular people?
I know of one.
Who?
Mr. Williams.
So when Mr. Zachary said Gucci Red, Thug's baby mama, this person, you know to have a child with defendant Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Charlie, page 181, Your Honor, for the record of 526 Yankee. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
I've seen a photograph of this Gucci Red person before, and I obviously recognize Mr. Zachary.
All right. The state tenders State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Charlie as evidence.
Admitted.
Would you read for the jury the date that Mr. Zachary posted the photo of himself and Gucci Red to his Twitter account at rock Lil D, underscore Lil D?
October the 20th, 2014.
All right. Now, with respect to Mr. Zachary's Twitter name, does he spell it ROC underscore Little D, or does he spell it a different way?
The C is replaced with a 5.
Within your expertise as a gang expert, does that 5 have any significance to you?
For members of blood gangs, the number 5 represents their gang. They will normally replace if it's a letter C with a 5 or X out the C due to their rivals being the Crips.
Okay. Do they ever X out the C and replace it with the letter B as in Bravo?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Holding up for the jury, do we have that available for display? All right. Holding up for the jury, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Charlie, Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Yeah, they recap every fucking day, bro. This is not even like the shit that she ended on, where it's just like, okay, I was just getting into that and we ended. Let me go over this recap of the entire. Like, it's so annoying, dog. Such a waste of time.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
He's about to say 403, waste of time. She's literally redoing her testimony from yesterday. This shit is like needs to move on. Like, she does this shit every day, bro. She starts off every day going over the same shit that she went over yesterday, and it's just because she don't got no witnesses. So she's trying to waste time to fill out the day because the judge will fucking go off on her if they only got 2 or 3 witnesses, and then they run through it through the day. So they just be sitting there just doing a bunch of bullshit. Shit is wild. So wild. Girl just left. She just went to Dunkin' Donuts. Took the baby. Appreciate it. About to go make me a protein shake in a little bit. Get my collagen, all that good stuff, man. muted. Yeah, this shit is ridiculous, bro. This shit is absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, excuse me. Like, I can't wait till I go to fucking trial. Cause I'm still got the lawsuit and stuff for my old job. And I gotta do some other stuff with it too. Crazy thing, it's just so hard to find a lawyer, bro. Like, it's annoying. I do got some lawyers that are willing to rock, but they be acting weird. But at this point, I'd rather take the weird niggas than to just sit there. I've called a bunch of people, dog. I probably called like 200-300 fucking lawyers, but my shit is in Mass, so it's like I gotta call people in Mass. I was trying to do people in Springfield because like obviously like that's where this shit happened. That's the closest to me. But then I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna have to start looking for people in Boston because that's where the big law firms and stuff are at. You know what I mean? But sometimes the big law firm, they don't be wanting to do all this shit. You know what I mean? So oh shit. But yeah, it depends. Like right now, yeah, I'm trying to. All of my stuff is just gonna be on contingency, so it's gonna be like they gonna get their cut after we win, instead of me paying them up front. I do have a situation from another law firm where they do like the dude is a top lawyer, and like when people don't like say like you're not working or anything, they don't even charge you for nothing. Like they'll charge you like a couple thousand to do the whole case because they're not even like on some like yo we trying to get yada yada yada. They're like yo we just trying to make sure people, you know what I mean, like the people that need representation and stuff, like we're gonna do it. We're gonna still have our big cases and we gonna charge accordingly. But like when somebody who don't have or not working or whatever pull up, they don't turn them away. So like yeah, it's on that. So I was supposed to hear from them it already. I'm gonna have to go back through my emails and reach out to them dudes again. But I think that the other law firm, I didn't even
Testify as both a fact witness and an expert witness, and that's the case with this witness. And I think you noticed a couple of minutes ago, Ms. Love asked a question in your expert opinion or with your expertise as a gang expert or something like that. If she is ever testifying in her expert capacity, Ms. Love will preface her question with words to that effect. So those are the only times she's testifying as an expert. Otherwise, she's just a regular old fact witness, just like any other witness that comes in here. Okay. All right, let's get her back in.
fucking up already, man. Yeah, so I'm gonna see about them. But like I said, I got this other law firm, and they doing stuff for me, and I didn't even like sign like the agreement. And they're just like some. They was like, yeah, we got pulled in the federal court.
Go ahead.
So they're trying to take my shit to federal, make it a federal case. But it's a lot easier time-wise to visually see how things are going.
But
like,
I'm holding you down.
in the case I got, like,
You're having a little trouble getting it on before.
yeah, they're gonna.
Well, this battery sure doesn't last long.
So right now,
I
my shit
guess
is on the
just
state level.
pick up the. There,
Right.
here it
So
goes.
state
Oh,
or
sorry.
federal. At the state level, like right now, within this next year, got this investigator. I guess he's gonna be like collecting evidence and all this other stuff, and bad, it'd probably take another year or so to get.
Sergeant Gaither, I'm now showing you what has
But
been
the
marked.
feds, they're like, bro, the feds usually take like 6 to 8 months if things aren't crazy in there. They got pulled.
As State's Exhibit
Lawyer is
526,
he used to work with a lot of
Yankee J. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize the image depicted in 526 Yankee J.
Yes.
Now, first of all, who are the persons depicted in 526 Yankee J?
Quindarius Zachary, Trontavia Stevens, and Kenneth Copeland.
And where is it that they are standing?
The BP gas station located at Cleveland Avenue and Old Hateville Road. I believe it's 151 Cleveland.
151 Cleveland?
I believe that's the address.
How do you recognize that gas station?
Right now, I'm trying to.
I've been there numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yes.
And what is the date of the posting of those three persons in front of 151 Cleveland Avenue, the BP
My back is.
at
My back is
Old
fucked up. I
Hateville,
can't go
you
back to,
said,
like,
in
truck
Cleveland
driving,
Avenue?
Yes.
Especially while I'm still.
December the 2nd, 2014.
All right.
Still healing from my Achilles surgery, so.
And the caption, does it,
And the shit in my back is actual disability.
what does it say?
So I can actually get shit right.
My N words, free
Yeah, I
slug
got,
and Woody.
All right.
I got degenerative disc. It's called degenerative disc disease. But it's pretty much.
I'm going to display this on the screen
Get back.
momentarily, but as
disc.
we await that,
Start getting smaller.
can you tell the jury, the person that I have my finger on now, I'm going to show it to the
like older,
defense.
but I got it early.
Quindarius Zachary.
So.
And the person in the middle,
Trontavia Stevens.
While I'm working, like picking up shit.
and
all
the
that
person
good
on
stuff.
the end.
Kenneth
Yeah,
Copeland.
that's the same shit that Ben got. But, you know, imagine he had so many
And
back
the
surgeries
gas
trying
station that you talked
to
about,
situate
It's
that,
the
and there's
BP.
nothing you can do.
Alright.
Like, no back surgery is going to, you know, fix it or stop it. You feel me? Like, his thing is that his disc is degenerative enough to where his nerves are getting tense. Mine ain't at that point. You know what I mean? Nah, he had surgery. He had like two surgeries already. He had 2 surgeries on his back.
showing you next,
There's nothing you can do about it, bro. Like, once that junk start pinching your nerves, there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? So imagine, like, driving in the truck. Like, just sitting down in the chair sometimes, you know, irritates me for a while.
what has been
So imagine
marked
driving the truck, bouncing,
as
doing all
State's
that good stuff,
Exhibit.
and then getting out and moving around thousands of pounds and all that stuff. And then I don't really see myself doing that too long. Being able to do that
526
without having like a set schedule
Yankee
where I'm working a certain
U,
amount of hours, so then I can
as
do
in
therapy
umbrella.
and all that good stuff.
Do you
But then, like,
recognize the
if I'm supposed
people
to be on certain
depicted
type of
in
meds to help
State's
suppress it, I
Exhibit
can't take that while I'm driving.
526
You know what I mean?
Yankee U, or actually Unicorn, I think.
Yes.
It's uniform.
Uniform, thank you.
It matters.
Okay. You do recognize them?
Yes.
Who all do you recognize in that photograph?
Shannon Jackson, Antonio Sledge, and Quindarius Zachary.
Oh, yeah, bro.
And what is it that Antonio Sledge is doing with his,
Trying to make sure I
apparently
get,
his left hand?
get all I can get while I can.
If you're not able to see it, that's
I
okay.
can't
We'll put
really
it up on
tell.
the screen.
Covering
Can you
and
tell
stuff.
the jury the date?
That'd be cool.
Actually, Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee uniform as evidence.
It's admitted.
Then I'll be good to go. Chilling.
Did you mean to tender J? Because you haven't tendered J.
I do, and thank you.
Okay, it's admitted.
Bro, how you gonna tell her?
As we put 526 Yankee
You forgot to do
uniform
this.
up
You
and
gonna
blow
make
it up
sure
on
you
the
gonna do
screen,
this? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Thank you, Judge.
please tell the jury the date that 526 Yankee uniform was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account.
March 1st, 2015.
And is there a phrase underneath it?
You dig?
Okay.
This is what they trying to throw them in jail for. Pictures.
Could you blow it up?
Pictures.
And would you tell the jury the person whose face is shown on the screen at this moment in the upper left-hand portion?
Shannon Jackson.
So fucking weird.
Show the rest of the face.
This is their case, dog.
All right.
This is their case.
And the one in the middle,
They take pictures
Antonio
together.
Sledge.
and the one
Oh
on
my
the
goodness.
far right side as we face the
This shit is
photograph.
wild.
Quindarius Zachary.
Okay. Are you able to see any more clearly what's going on with Mr. Sledge's hand?
Pictures together.
It looks like he's
There's
making
no
a
other
blood
reason
handshake.
why.
Okay. And is that the capital B?
Yes.
No other reason why. They the big gang, the biggest gang of all time. And you know
I'm
what
now going
really
to show
pisses
you
me
what
off
has been
this
marked as State's Exhibit
is that
5,
They're trying to
2-6
use another
Yankee
gang
Tango,
to prove that they are a gang.
and ask you if you
Meanwhile,
recognize
they're not
the persons depicted in
doing the same
526
thing that they're doing to
Yankee
them to
Tango,
the other gang.
which is page 117 of State's Exhibit 526 Yankee.
Like they're like, oh yeah, they have a whole rivalry with this
Is
gang.
that an accurate depiction of the
And
persons in
They're the bigger
526
gang, and
Yankee
they're
Tango?
better than them
Yes.
and all this stuff. So we're trying to
State
get them off
tenders
the streets. And it's like,
526
wait, where's the
Yankee
other
Tango
gang?
as
Why
evidence?
aren't they in
Admitted.
Rico?
Can we publish that and blow it up?
Why
Would
aren't
you tell
doing
the
what
jury
you're
the
doing to
date that
them?
526 Yankee
To
Tango
them?
was
Oh, because y'all trying
posted to
y'all
Mr.
want Young
Zachary's
Thug because
Twitter
Young
account?
Thug is a big name.
January 18th, 2015.
And what caption does he place
But
underneath it?
nothing in this, nothing in
Them
this
B
entire
words, no,
trial
I'm hot.
has
S word. I
implicated
got
Young Thug at
at
all.
Bentley_BB.
They don't have.
He stand behind me with
text
all the
message from Young
benefits
Thug.
with
They
two
don't have
money
a
bag
phone call.
emojis.
They don't have a video. They
sorry.
don't have him giving orders. They don't have him
Which part you
with a
need?
gun. They don't have him
With all the
doing
benefits,
a drive-by. They don't have nothing.
with two
And it's just
money
like,
bag
they just-
emojis after.
It's wild.
And if we could slide up to show the jury the persons in the picture, the persons, my apologies,
Oh, you're good.
in the yellow cap, who is that?
Kelvin Treadwell.
OG Bentley?
Yes.
And the person next to him?
Quindarius Zachary.
Now, BB, do you know Kelvin Treadwell to go by that as well, or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
But at
I
Bentley,
mean,
do you know
but if
him to
I'm
go
him,
by
I'm suing
Bentley?
him.
Bentley, yes.
Because I sat in jail for 2 to 3 years with no bond.
And did we get the
for
date
no
that was
reason,
posted?
And
Can
I
you bring
have
it down?
no criminal
Yes.
history. Y'all have nothing tying me to anything besides a rental car. That
Showing
I
you now
gave to
what has
somebody
been
that I
labeled
didn't
as
even-
State's Exhibit.
You know, the crazy thing is that we found out is that the whole
5,
infinity that they're trying to say
26
that did the shooting,
Yankee
that they
Romeo.
weren't able to prove that
And I'm
did the
asking
shooting
you
or wasn't
if you
even there,
recognize
the shooting happened out of.
The person
they're
depicted
trying
in
to say that,
526 Yankee Romeo.
You know, that was Young
Yes.
Thug giving it out for them to do.
Who is the person, or how do you recognize the
excuse me,
person
to do
depicted in
the thing.
526
And
Yankee
then they
Romeo?
found out
I
that
arrested him.
Okay. Is that an accurate
they just-
depiction
that Young
of the
Thug just
person
gave them,
depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo?
his license, and then
The state tenders
Woody
526
went
Yankee
in.
Romeo as evidence.
got the car.
Could
Like
we
I don't even
publish?
think he
Permission
was
to
there.
publish.
Like I don't even
Would you
think
tell
Young
the
Thug
jury
was there
first the date
to do the
that
transaction.
526 Yankee
He might have just
Romeo
called in
was
and said, hey, this person's
published
coming to get a
to
car.
Mr. Zachary's
and probably
or
knew the
posted
dude
to
or
Mr.
whatever, but
Zachary's
I don't
Twitter
even think he was
account?
there
January the
wasn't
12th,
physically there.
2015.
to do it.
The 12th. And what is
rent the
the name underneath, or the
Like, ain't that
caption
just fucking
underneath
wild?
the handle Lil D at rock_Lil D?
Hard Nard.
Who is the person depicted in 526 Yankee Romeo?
Demise McMullen.
Okay.
Like this is where just
And
the
this
legal
date
system
that's
is
posted, is that 2 days after the murder
it's
of
just a
Donovan
bunch
Thomas?
of old people
Yes.
trying to use technology to like win cases, and it's just like, bro, y'all don't even know what y'all are doing, because like
During your interview
all
with
of this, all of these
Quindarius
pictures and
Zachary,
stuff don't do
did he,
anything.
or do you
Like,
recall him
Go ahead and use social media and use all that
discussing,
stuff when niggas are online saying I shot
Demise
this
McMullen
nigga and y'all ain't
and
gonna do
where
nothing.
he
All right,
was
cool.
in the days after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Do that
Yes.
when, you know, videos of a shooting or whatever online. Cool. But to fucking just go in somebody's
Do you know what a sprinter
photo
bus
album
is?
and just say,
Yes.
these are pictures of you hanging out with
Would you
these
describe
people,
or explain to the jury what a sprinter
and this
bus
is why you guys are a gang is fucking wild.
It's basically a high-end van style vehicle. Normally has
Like, it just seems
larger
like they don't
seats,
understand that
television screens. Just
people can just be bad actors.
it's a
and
van,
hang
but
out
it's
together.
it's created to
and
be
not be
more
a
of a
gang.
comfortable ride than like an actual
Or
minivan. That's
could be a
about the
group of
easiest way I
people
can explain it.
being a gang,
Is the
but not committing criminal acts
surrounding
together.
shown in states 526
with the
Yankee
purpose of
Romeo
that gang
consistent with
and
what
just
you know a
committing
sprinter bus
drive-bys and shit.
to look like?
Yes.
and doing whatever they want to do because that's what they do anyway.
At any time during your interview
Like,
or
them
any other
niggas was
time
doing
did
this shit
Quindarius
before.
Zachary deny knowing Nard or
Oh, you
demise
guys did a
McMullen?
drive-by
No.
on these people because they was shooting at y'all or they beat y'all up
And
at
is
the
this the
club or
person he
whatever.
said he knew since he was
Y'all
12?
gotta be a gang. And
Yes.
it's like, or they can just be niggas that don't like disrespect.
Does seeing the photograph
It's just
in 526 Yankee Romeo corroborate any of the information that you got from him in your interview in August
weird,
2015?
weird.
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Hilo. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Hilo?
Yes.
Have you seen those persons, those people in person before?
Yes.
Are those accurate representations of each person depicted in 526 Yankee Hilo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Hilo as evidence.
All right, are you saying
Help.
K or H?
H.
That's hotel. It's admitted.
Thank you.
K is kilo. I don't know of either. I have a chart.
I'll have the chart in front of me. Thank you. Would you please tell the jury the date that 526 Yankee Hotel was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
November 20th, 2014.
And would you tell the jury what the caption is that Mr. Zachary placed underneath that date?
Bullin' with my N-word, his birthday at Monte Rebel, 100 emoji, snake emoji.
As a gang investigator, have you ever seen the word bullying before?
I have.
Bullying.
And in your investigations, when have you seen the word bullying?
Bloods will typically replace a word that's spelled with a C with the letter B as representing their gang in disrespect of the C letter for the Crips.
Now, what emojis are placed after at Monty Rebel?
The 100 and a green snake emoji.
In your investigations, and if we would scroll up to the photographs,
I gotta make some phone calls.
would you tell the jury, as we hover over the zoomed in photograph of the person on my left, who the person is to my left on the screen as we look at the picture, the marker over the person to my left, the person that the marker is over now?
Diamante Kendricks.
And the person to his left and my right, who is that?
Quindarius Zachary.
Does this person, to your knowledge, have a nickname that he answers to as well?
Which one?
I'm sorry, the person to my left, Diamante Kendrick.
Yak Gotti.
Yakgotti?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I've been provided with the military alphabet, Judge. I'm now showing you what has been marked. State's Exhibit 526, Yankee Golf. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee Golf?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of those persons?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee Golf as evidence. Permission to publish. Would you please tell the jury what date 526 Yankee Golf was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
November 1st, 2014.
And what is the caption underneath the date of the post?
3 green snake emojis with the red heart, YSL, the number 3 emoji, the number 0 emoji with the word deep.
All right. And as a gang investigator looking at this, how do you read it as the number 3 emoji, and then deep, or as something else?
I saw it as something else.
And what did you see it as?
This represents the gang 30 Deep because it's a member of 30 Deep within the picture.
All right. 3 snakes, red heart, YSL 30 Deep?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As we scroll up in the picture, and who is the person to my right on the picture where the cursor is?
Demikion Garlington.
And the person to his right, is that Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
All right. And who is the person that you spoke of that was a member of 30 Deep?
Demikion Garlington.
Does Demikion Garlington have a nickname that he answers to?
Little D.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 524 Yankee Papa. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Papa?
Yes.
Are those accurate depictions of the person in 526 Yankee Papa?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee Papa as evidence. Permission to publish. Zooming in on the date, would you please tell the jury the date that Mr. Zachary posted 526 Yankee Papa to his Twitter account?
January 3rd, 2015.
And who are the people depicted in State's 526 Yankee Papa?
Shannon Jackson and Quindarius Zachary.
And is that Mr. Jackson to my left?
Yes.
And Mr. Zachary to his left, to Mr. Jackson's left?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 526 Yankee November. Do you recognize the persons shown in 526 Yankee November?
Yes.
Is that an accurate depiction of the people depicted in 526 Yankee November?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee November as evidence.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? I'm assuming it's granted. Go ahead and publish. May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Sorry.
What is the date that Mr. Zachary posted 526 Yankee November to his Twitter account?
January 1st, 2015.
And who are the people depicted in 526 Yankee November? If you could just describe them by what they're wearing or hair or something?
Jeffrey Williams with a white, looks like a white jacket, and Kenneth Copeland with a red hoodie.
All right. And what is the caption underneath the posting date for 5/26 Yankee November?
Ain't going back and forth, all one word.
Is the person in 5/26 Yankee November next to Kenneth Copeland the same person you understood Mr. Zachary to be referring to when he said thug throughout his interview?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Bless you. At any time during your investigation of YSL before the start of this trial, had you ever heard an alleged acronym THUG standing for truly humble under God?
No.
I'm going to show you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2, Juliet, and State's Exhibit 3, Juliet. Where did you, before I put these before you, where did you understand the January 6th incident with members of YSL and members of IF gang to have occurred?
Where? Club Crucial and the surrounding streets on the backside of it.
All right. Showing you States 2, Juliet. Do you know where that sign would have been posted around January 6, 2015?
Yes, this is the marquee sign that's directly in front of Club Crucial, closest to the curb, the street area.
Okay. And showing you State's Exhibit 3, Juliet. Publish 2 first, please. Would you please tell the jury whether you recognize the location of 3, Juliet?
Yes.
Is that what area do you know that to represent?
This shows the front door of Club Crucial.
And is that accurate as to the way it looked on January the 6th, 2015, during that time?
Yes.
All right. Publishing State's Exhibit 3, Juliet. Prior to learning of the incident on January 6th, 2015, after you began this investigation, did you go out to that scene or know that there was any kind of shooting at Club Crucial on January the 6th, 2015?
No, I didn't know when it occurred that it actually had happened.
And did you have any knowledge that Diamante Kendrick had gotten arrested up from this club at that time?
Not at the time, no.
Did you learn about it later?
Yes.
And did you discuss that incident in your interview with Mr. Zachary?
I believe so.
Who was it that, or what was it that Mr. Zachary indicated started that whole incident with the shooting?
I believe he stated Mr. Copeland was jumped in the club. Mr. Zachary was inside with Mr. Williams. Several people after the fight exited the club. Another fight happened with Bloody J, where Bloody J was hit in the face. Mr. Zachary stated that he stayed inside with Mr. Williams while everyone else went outside and got their guns to basically escort Mr. Williams out. After they exited the club, members of 30 Deep YSL began to shoot at vehicles with Mr. Shell Kale, which is Kelvin Watts, and other members of If Gang as they were leaving the parking lot area.
Did the information you learned about the incident depicted in 3 Juliet corroborate or help confirm for you any of the information that you got from Mr. Zachary during your interview?
Yes.
Without saying what was said by anybody, had you gotten from anyone else in any other interviews the details that Mr. Zachary gave you? I'll withdraw that question.
Alright, what bullshit I missed? Did I miss anything? Got the baby sight. What sandwich? I didn't see no sandwich. Nothing. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not eating
And
anything.
putting up on the screen
No, you don't.
the second photograph that we showed you.
Baby. It's the baby.
Go ahead.
I didn't know you got me anything. I thought you ain't love me, so.
Yes, 526 Yankee Charlie. Would you tell the jury who it is that they're looking at when you look at 526 Yankee Charlie?
Quindarius Zachary and Gucci Red.
All right.
Gucci Red. That's all your meeting was? Oh, it wasn't. That's all your meeting was?
The photograph that you described for the jury as being Quindarius Zachary and O.G. Bentley, is that the same person who had the spot on Oak Drive?
Yes.
Showing you X-ray. State's Exhibit 526 Yankee X-ray. Do you recognize the people depicted in 526 Yankee X-ray?
Yes.
Are those accurate depictions of the people depicted in 526 Yankee X-ray?
Yes.
State tenders 526 Yankee X-ray.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you.
Clap, clap.
Would you please tell the jury the date 526 Yankee X-ray was posted to Mr. Zachary's Twitter account?
July 23rd, 2015.
And what is the posting or the caption under the date?
Free DK, green snake emoji, free slug, green snake emoji.
The snakes are back.
And as we go down to the persons or the people in 526 Yankee X-ray, would you tell the jury who it is that is shown in that exhibit? Starting from the left. Can we zoom out, Patrol?
Excuse me. The gentleman with no shirt is Trontavious Stevens. Next to him with the red cap is Quindarius Zachary. The person kneeling down with the white t-shirt is Walter Murphy. And the person with the red shirt, I believe that's Quindarius' his brother Tay. I'm not sure of his first name.
Not to mention that there was a 2-month period where it was off. So it really should have been like 200 days. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
480.
What's up, T-Shit? Welcome. How's it going for you today? Don't worry, that Diddy victim list gonna get longer because I'm about to join in on it. I'm about to say that I've been mentally hurt, scarred from all of this. Baby girl, where you going? Hello. No, you're not getting my mouse. Stop.
Hello.
You got it? 480 Yankee.
You got it?
Hello.
When you talked to Quindarius Zachary and
Hi.
you showed him a phone number in the interview that you had, do you recall off the top of your head which phone number it was that you showed him that he said, that's not my number?
The exact phone number, no.
Would showing you a copy of the warrant a warrant that you issued with respect to Quindarius Zachary's phone number, refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with State's Exhibit 506 Yankee.
All right.
Would you look at that and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what number it was that you got from Quindarius Zachary's
God,
mother the day that you executed the search warrant at his home?
Area code 404-901-5726.
Did you do anything with that number in order to corroborate or disprove anything that Mr. Zachary told you during the interview on August the 5th? Or had you done anything with that number?
Yes, I had already received cell phone records from the cell phone provider for that particular phone number.
Okay. And did you, without getting into what you found, did you have the means to roughly plot out the location of that phone number during the incident at Adele Andrew Drive?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to corroborate or disprove, for your purposes, any of the information that Mr. Zachary gave you on August 5th, 2015, based on those?
Yes.
There's no foundation for what was plotted. It's never been discussed with this witness. I'm objecting, and also what is corroborating or not the facts.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Mr. Zachary gave several different statements, including one that he wasn't there. So we need to know, for that question to be answered, we need to know what version of events Mr. Zachary gave that day is being compared to the phone record.
May I respond to Mr. Thank you. With respect to Mr. Steele's objection, Your Honor, we've not asked any particular underlying questions about the phone records, but there have been continued questions placed upon or made by the defense regarding corroboration. So I'm asking generally, did she make any effort to corroborate the information that she obtained from Mr. Zachary? And then I'm going to ask if she challenged any of it.
All right, and I think that question was specific to the August 5th, 2015 statement.
Interview.
The
Yes.
way you asked it, so
Yes.
overruled.
And as it relates to Mr. Sharp's objection, if I need to clarify if that's the objection, and I need to, and the court tells me so.
I mean, you asked about it specific to any, you said any, and to that statement, so overruled.
Okay, thank you. So did those phone records corroborate any information that you obtained from Mr. Zachary during your August 5th, 2015 interview?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to talk about challenging Mr. Zachary during that interview. Do you remember, Mr. Zachary, when you first came in, or asking Mr. Zachary, what you want to talk to me about?
Yes.
And do you remember what his response was, generally?
Yes.
And how would you describe what his response was?
He wanted me to tell him what information I already had. He wanted me to start the interview.
Okay. And after you told him, no, that's not how this works, you got to tell me what you want, what was his first bit of information that he gave you about that incident at Adele Drive on April 28, 2015? Did he deny being there?
Yes, he stated he wasn't there.
Okay. Now, did you initially say, I know that's not true, or did you talk to him for a while?
No, I talked to him for a minute. I wanted to lock him into a statement.
Why did you talk to him for a minute after getting information that he wasn't there? Did you believe that he actually wasn't there?
No, I already knew that he was there.
Okay. So why did you let him talk to you after telling you something that you believed to be false? Why did you let him give you more information?
At that point, I knew I could disprove what he was saying. I like to give people the opportunity to just say whatever it is they want to say, and once I confront them with facts or information that I already know, more than likely it kind of persuades them to just tell the truth.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you do what you would consider confronting Mr. Zachary with facts or challenging what he had just told you?
Yes.
And at that point, is that where you said, I could just get up and leave?
Yes.
Who was breathing like that?
After that point, after you challenged Mr. Zachary, did he acknowledge that he was, in fact, at the scene?
Yes.
Before you talked to Mr. Zachary and he told you about two different cars and the people who were in each car, had you talked with any investigators from the Adele Avenue shooting who told you about a witness who said that they saw someone with dreads shoot?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Bro, they litigated that the other day where you said you... Oh my god, this girl, bro. She's so stupid. So stupid, bro. She tries to sneak everything in after it's already been said that you can't. Blah, 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 blah. Absolutely wild. No way.
Clause objection is overruled. I was thinking about a different thing. We can get the witness back.
Hello.
Sergeant Gaither, before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did you know of any descriptions of any shooters given by witnesses on the scene?
No.
When Mr. Zachary talked about a deer gun or a deer rifle, what did you understand him to be describing?
Stop. No.
Is it, and how is it different from, say, AK or?
Overruled.
The way he described it, he was, in the interview, he used his hands like this and stated a chopper, but he said it looked like a deer hunting rifle. My idea of a deer hunting rifle is something with some type of wooden pieces to it. So he didn't go against what I was saying, but his description, I understood what he was saying.
All right. And as you investigated the Adele Avenue and the Drew Drive shootings, did you look at social media pictures or anything like that to try and find any information that would assist you in corroborating or disproving anything anyone told you?
I did.
Now, had you seen anything that looked anything like what you had in your mind as a deer rifle was in the hands of any particular persons during your review?
I did.
Now, who was it that you saw with a deer rifle, or what you believed was a deer rifle during your review of the social media?
I saw a social media page with Traydon, Trevante Turner, and Ali Caldwell were sitting on the front porch of a house, and I can't remember exactly which one, but one of them were holding a large assault rifle that had a wooden stock and a wooden barrel piece, almost the same color as his desk. It looked like a deer hunting rifle, but it was an AK-47.
Okay. Now, did you ever, is it fair to say you never saw that, or Mr. Zachary, Mr. Sledge, Mr. Garlington, or Mr. Stillwell with any photos with what you thought was a deer rifle or a deer hunting rifle?
I didn't.
And the Ali Caldwell person that you spoke about?
Caldwell.
Is that the person that you said had the, what did you call them, trunk dreads?
Like plank.
Plank, thank you, plank dreads.
Mm-hmm.
All right. When you asked Mr. Zachary about the Hill Street shootings, had you taken part or helped in that investigation at all?
I did.
Who all, without saying what anyone said, who all did you talk to during the course of that investigation?
Police or suspects or anyone?
Let's start with police or witnesses.
Okay. Spoke with Mr. Kenneth Copeland in regards to that, and Mr. Zachary. Investigator Dennis was, I don't want to say the lead, he was my partner, but he was specifically assigned to work that particular case, so he was the lead on that.
Let me ask you this. Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that he participated in or that he shot at Hill Street where Lucci's mom lived?
No.
And are you familiar with the person who goes by the name Pokey?
Yes.
And is that person related to anyone in the courtroom?
Yes.
Who is that person related to?
Mr. Williams.
And what is his relationship to Mr. Williams?
I believe it's his nephew.
Did anyone by the name Pokey tell you that he had participated in that shooting?
No.
Did Your Honor, out of caution, I'd like to approach before I ask the next question.
All right.
And Your Honor, I don't think
You can stay.
Sergeant Gaither. Do you recall during the time that you and Detective Dennis spoke with Quindarius Zachary, talking to him about the day Lucci's mother's house was shot, or one of the shootings at Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015, did you have information, any other information, that Shannon had a 223 on that day before you spoke to Mr. Zachary?
No.
And before that, did you have any information about the type of gun Woody had at the time Miss Reed's house was shot up?
No.
And before you spoke to Mr. Zachary, did you have any other information about Pokey being involved in Lucci's mother's shooting?
No.
Throughout the interview with Mr. Zachary, did he provide you with what you would have considered incriminating information about Kenneth Copeland that you had not previously received from other sources?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Garlington? Did he give you information about Mr. Garlington that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
Did he provide you with information regarding the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas and what happened before and after that you had not received from other sources?
Yes.
With respect to Antonio Sledge, did Mr. Zachary, during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Mr. Zachary, give you what you would have considered incriminating information about Antonio Sledge?
Yes.
Was that information known to you from any other source before you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th?
Yes. Some of it, yes.
Was all of it?
Not all of it, no.
The information regarding Mr. Sledge shooting at Kel with Woody, was that known to you?
No.
And would you consider that incriminating information about Mr. Sledge?
Yes.
Did Mr. Sledge ever hint to you at any time during his interview with you that he had anything to do with shooting at a rival gang member?
No.
Did the information that Mr. Zachary gave you about Tay being a person that you knew to be affiliated with MDC, did I get that right or did I get
Yes.
that wrong? Did that cause you in any way to question or challenge what information you were being given by Mr. Zachary?
No.
Why not when MDC is a different group from YSL?
He provided information that some of it, which I already knew, would.
Your Honor, the assertion regarding it's not bolstering. It is an effort to show.
I'm going to sustain and you can rephrase.
Okay. Why did Mr. Zachary's explanation regarding being from Capitol Homes, him being from Capitol Homes, Moontook being from Capitol Homes, and Tay being from Capitol Homes have any significance to you?
Sustained. She said, or he said, assumes facts not in evidence.
During the interview, do you recall Mr. Zachary talking about himself being from Capitol Homes, Moontook being from Capitol Homes, and a third person that belongs to another group being from Capitol Homes?
Yes.
What was that third person?
Tay.
So during the interview, did Mr. Zachary talk to you about him, Moontook, and Tay all being from Capitol Homes?
He did.
Did that information have any significance to you?
It did.
What significance?
I showed a prior relationship
between
those three individuals.
Okay. Despite the fact that Tay was MDC and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Sledge were YSL?
Yes.
I'll withdraw it. Thank you. I'll withdraw it. Why was the fact that those three people had a prior association of any interest in your investigation?
It showed their continued alliance, even though they were from different gangs and lived on different sides of town. Presently, it showed their prior relationship from their roots, which was Capitol Homes.
Did that information in any way help you corroborate or disprove the information you were getting from Mr. Zachary?
It made me believe it more. Corroborated.
Sustained.
So not talking about what you believed.
Okay.
Hang on just a second.
Move to strike.
That'll be stricken. Please disregard that last answer.
Did that information corroborate or disprove for you any of the other information that you got from, and Your Honor, my understanding is her belief is irrelevant, but corroboration towards her, what she considered corroboration is relevant and important. Because,
I hear an
okay?
objection, yeah.
So,
Yes.
did it, okay, thank you. That's 151 Cleveland. Showing you 526 Yankee Juliet. Or publishing for the jury. Is that location the one that you described as 151 Cleveland, the BP gas station?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Now, did you go down to any rental agencies yourself to try and locate any rental vehicles that Mr. Zachary talked about Defendant Williams having during the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
For that,
You yourself?
not for the murder, no.
Was that something that Detective Thorpe was primarily responsible for, or was that?
Yes, that was his case. He was a primary.
Justin Cobb, before you heard the name Doo-Wop from Quindarius Zachary, did you know Justin Cobb to be affiliated with any gangs?
No.
And did you ever classify or get information that caused you to believe that he was or wasn't?
Confrontation clause.
Overruled.
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. Was Quindarius Zachary the first person that you learned of the name Justin Cobb from?
Yes.
Now, when you were talking about Doo-Wop and you said, I think either you or Mr. Zachary talked about him being on Yak's IG. Do you remember saying one of the people in the room motioning, or Mr. Zachary actually motioning about height?
Yes.
And at that time, had you already seen Justin Cobb on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
Yes.
Okay. So if he was not someone that you had known of before your interview with Quindarius Zachary, what was the circumstance that you would have seen him on Diamante Kendrick's IG?
He was like a rapper and had some song out. Like, I don't remember exactly how the words go. It was a little catchy little song that I saw on Mr. Kendrick's Instagram page that tagged him in it. But I didn't know the significance of, him necessarily being involved with YSL at the time that I saw it.
And is Justin Cobb someone who is significantly short or significantly tall or just average height?
He a little thing. He's small. He's small. Short, rather.
Okay. Before talking with Mr. Zachary, did you have information from any other source that Nard was concerned that Woody might fold and tell that Nard, Shannon Yak, and Doo-Wop had killed Donovan Thomas?
Objection, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Information from any other source?
Objection, Your Honor, confrontation clause.
Sustained.
Your Honor, Just 1 second. Hold on. Right. When you heard from Mr. Zachary that Nard was worried Woody would fold, that he, and tell police that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Duop had murdered Nut, was that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And when you heard from Mr. Zachary that Thug asked the members of YSL responsible for killing Nut, why'd y'all kill Nut?
I'm objecting that is not, that is a misrepresentation.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me play for you. Do you recall during your interview with Quindaria Zachary when Detective Dennis asked, what was Thug's mood like when you all were in Miami?
Yes.
And do you recall or whether that was immediately following the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
And do you recall whether Mr. Zachary said Thug was calm?
He was normal.
Or normal? Thank you.
He was normal.
All right. And do you recall whether Detective Dennis asked, he didn't care, he didn't give a fuck? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And did Detective Dennis ask that question?
Yes.
And did Quindaria Zachary follow that up with sort of an explanation?
He did.
Would you tell the jury what that explanation was for why he said Thug was normal?
He stated because Nut gave the whoop or the green light for members of YSL, so he was just like, whatever, after that.
And when you say Nut gave the green light, when he talked to you about Nut giving the green light, did he also tell you or state that Thug asked, why did y'all kill Nut?
Yes, he did.
And was that the response Mr. Zachary told you was given to Defendant Williams while they were in Miami?
Yes.
And did Mr. Zachary tell you that Thug seemed then satisfied with why they killed Nut?
I'm objecting best evidence.
Sustained.
Without talking about exactly what was said, do you remember that conversation being discussed with Mr. Zachary?
Yes.
All right. When Detective Thorpe came into the room, did you already know that, or his former, or whether he had a relationship with Mr. Zachary in any other capacity?
No, I knew that Investigator Thorpe had worked at Crawford Long Middle School for years, but I didn't know that they actually knew each other.
Okay. And during the course of your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you understand Mr. Zachary to correct you at any time during the interview if something was inaccurately stated?
Yes.
Other than changing his account of his whereabouts on April 28, 2015, as it related to the Adele Drive shooting, did Mr. Zachary give you changing accounts of anything else during the course of your interview?
No, he was pretty consistent with the information that he did provide.
What about as it related to the guns that he had, and which ones he had, and which person had that gun at what time?
Yeah.
Did that remain consistent over the course of the interview, or did you perceive it to have changed significantly at times?
No, it stayed pretty much the same.
And were you all able to sort of keep up with who had which gun?
It was sometimes confusing, and I would write different things down or say different statements that were what I perceived as what he was saying, and he would correct me and say, no, this person had this or this person did that several times throughout the interview.
All right. After you talked to Mr. Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did you do what you had said to him that you would do and tell someone within the district attorney's office the information that you got?
I did.
Now, did you have anything to do with any charges federally that were brought against Mr. Zachary? Did you take out any federal warrants?
No, I didn't.
The proffer that, are you aware of whether Mr. Zachary sat down in a room with investigators 2 years after he spoke with you and Detective Dennis and Detective Thorpe on August 5th, 2015?
Am I aware of it, or was I there? I'm sorry.
Do you know about a 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary?
I heard about it, but...
Were you there?
No.
Okay. And between August 5th, 2015 and 2017, during the time you understood that other interview to have taken place, do you know whether or not Mr. Zachary was housed with anybody that he had talked about during the interview?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. You don't know one way or the other?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you on scene at the compound the night that Lil Wayne's bus was shot up?
No.
During the interview with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, do you recall sort of deferring to Detective Dennis at some times?
I did.
Did you all discuss the Lil Wayne bus shooting and Quindarius Zachary's presence at the compound during that interview?
Yes, we did.
Is that one of the times you deferred to Detective Dennis?
It is.
Why did you defer to Detective Dennis?
He was on scene the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting at Club Compound, and it was just kind of one of those things. He had more of an interest than I did. Again, he was on scene. He had firsthand knowledge of what happened and the persons involved, so I just kind of deferred the case to him for him to handle, along with Cobb County PD. And this is despite, even when you went in to talk about Adele Avenue, you deferred part of it to Detective Dennis for that reason? Yes, I knew about it, but as far as, intricate details and everyone that was on scene, it was too much for my brain at the minute, so I just gave it to Dennis. Do you remember how many cars Quindarius Zachary said that he and the group he was with were in the night of the Lil Wayne bus shooting? Yes. How many? I believe he said 10. Okay. Before he said that, did you,
not speaking about anyone else, but did you have knowledge or information about a number of cars they were in?
Yes.
From who?
I saw the video
Okay.
from the studio.
And when you talk about the video from the studio, what studio are you talking about?
Vault Studios, located at 675 Metropolitan Avenue.
How did you come to be looking at video from the vault on any particular time?
Investigator Dennis and I went to Vault Studios and retrieved the video surveillance. Well, recorded it and had, I believe, Investigator Teague retrieve the actual video, but we saw a group of vehicles leaving Vault Studios shortly before the Little Wayne bus shooting.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Me?
I'm going to object best evidence rule if there's a video.
Okay, overruled.
Go ahead.
I saw the video that we obtained, and it showed a group of vehicles leaving the studio before the shooting and arriving back to the studio after the shooting.
Okay. Did you, before you talked to Mr. Zachary, did you in any way alert Mr. Zachary by any member of his family or any other way to the approximate number of vehicles that you saw in that video?
No.
Outside of the investigation that was conducted by Detective Dennis in that Little Wayne bus shooting, did you have independent information about the details Mr. Zachary gave you during that August 5th interview around this Little Wayne bus shooting?
No.
Do you know whether Detective Dennis had information during his investigation that could corroborate or disprove parts of what was being said?
I'm not sure.
Have you ever had interviews where you're sort of forced to decide or determine whether somebody is trying to put blame here to get blame from somewhere else during your time as an investigator with the gang unit?
Sustained.
Okay. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did he give you any indication that his reason for talking to you was to get Shannon in trouble and get Demikian or Woody or Muntu out of trouble?
Objection, Your Honor. Bolstering.
Speculation.
And speculation.
Thank you. Yeah.
Overruled is to speculation. Overruled is to bolster.
You may answer that question. Do I need to ask it again? Are you good?
No, I think I understand it. No, it didn't appear that he just wanted to get them in trouble. I took it as he wanted to try to help himself as much as he can by providing truthful information.
Your Honor. Bolstering.
Speculation.
Overruled. Well, sustained is to speculation.
Okay.
I also have a motion, Your Honor.
You have a
Motion.
all right. Time for our morning break anyway.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move for a mistrial on behalf of Mr. Stillwell. We have, first of all, I'll point out that we've been referring to Ms. Gaither as, I believe, Sergeant, and I say that to say that she is not someone that just came off the street to testify with no understanding of how the process works. She's experienced. She's, I'm sure, testified many times before. She just informed the jurors that her belief is that Mr. Zachary did not want to harm Mr. Stillwell specifically, but that's not my objection. My objection is she testified his intent was to come in and give truthful, to get himself out of trouble by giving truthful information that was absolutely improper, that was vouching for a witness, that was bolstering, and that is the basis for a mistrial. From an expert, I'll point out as well.
Your Honor, my response is that the court very well could and should instruct the jury that as to the witness's opinion about a interviewee's, well, first my response is we vehemently object to a mistrial. Secondly, the court could and should instruct the jury that a witness's opinion about another witness's statements or, testimony or anything that they said is not to be considered by the jury. The jury is the person that determines the credibility of the witnesses. And I can make certain that Sergeant Gaither knows when I'm asking regarding any indication that to not talk about truthfulness, but just to give objectively what indication or whether she considered that there was an indication. Secondly, a mistrial is in no way warranted in this case when Sergeant Gaither did not say Quindary Zachary was being truthful. She said, I perceived, and that is why an instruction would be warranted that her opinion about his truthfulness is not to be considered by the jury. They make the determination about credibility. There is nothing about any of the exchange that just occurred that warrants or in any way justifies a mistrial. At best, an instruction is called for.
That I initially objected to the question to begin with, and I saw the danger, and the state insisted on asking that question that prompted this response. That was completely inappropriate.
All right, thank you. I'm going to instruct the witness as well. So we'll go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, I'm going to have the witness in and instruct her and then give an instruction to the jury. Going to deny the motion for mistrial.
Your Honor, I'd like to renew my motion for the next question.
All right, thank you. All right, we're on recess.
I assume we're all joined in that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
What length of time, Your Honor? 10 minutes?
I mean, yeah, 10 minutes. And by the way, that witness, Bernie, if he's not here already, he's on his way, the one who needed to testify in Cobb. So just in terms of scheduling, if y'all want to take him next, he's available. Okay. And I knew that we wouldn't be done with this Gaither anywhere near 10 a.m.
I won't feel offended.
Yes. Huh? I'm just trying to draft this shortcut instruction. Okay.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Wonder, what's up, girl? My bad. I was on the phone. I had to do some phone calls and all this good stuff. Ah, boy. Alrighty, I gotta send some emails. I gotta send some emails to lawyer. Good morning. I gotta drive. Oh shit, why did my thing close? I can't spell. Okay, where's that? And copy the emails. So do. Find the emails. Like the emails.
Ma'am.
It was not appropriate for you to comment the truthfulness of any of the people you were interviewing. Don't do that again. Okay, all right.
And Your Honor, just for the record, we discussed it as well, and I explained that if I say corroborate or indicate. I'll be loud in the mouth. Just for the record, I did speak with Sergeant Gaither as well and explained that when I ask for indicators or corroboration, just to speak objectively of indicators or corroborators and not comment on truthfulness or believability. We had that conversation as well.
Okay.
Oh, Lord, they fucked up already.
All right, for the jury.
Yes.
Right. What's up, Wonderland? How you doing, girl? Back. Sorry, I had to just send an email. Get a shot of ass. Wild. What happened while I was gone? Obviously, I just heard that she probably said something like, I could tell that people was in there snitching and telling the truth or something. She probably said something stupid like that. Which is like, you can't do that because you don't know what anybody's saying is true until you get facts about that. And this case is just that.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to instruct you all that this witness's opinion, and frankly, any witness's opinion of anybody else's veracity, that is, whether they're being truthful or not, is entirely irrelevant. It's frankly inappropriate. Strike that from your minds. It is entirely up to you, the jury, to determine the credibility of any and all witnesses.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Gaither, without stating your opinion about anybody's truthfulness, would you please tell the jury whether or not you saw any indicator that during your interview that Quindarius Zachary came in to get one person in trouble and to spare Monktunk, Demikian, and Woody? Any objective indicator?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation bolster.
My boy Harvey is going crazy.
Sustained.
You can't do that. You can't ask a question like that. This lady's so bad at her job. I'm not a lawyer, and I can.
Did you consider, or did you take from Quindarius Zachary the information that he gave to you about Monktunk, Demikian, Shannon, as
you're about objection
incriminating, or did you understand it, or did it sort of get them out of situations that you thought they were responsible for?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
And compound. And compound.
Overruled.
It was incriminating.
Okay. As to all three?
Yes.
Okay.
That's compound. You can't ask 3 questions at once.
When you talk to Mr. Zachary and he encouraged you after Detective Thorpe got in the room to talk to Bushi, she knows. Did you know who Bushi was?
Yes.
Did you know her real name, her given name?
At the time, I believe I did.
Did you make any effort to go out and interview Bushi as it related to the Donovan Thomas murder?
No.
And why not?
It seemed relevant for Investigator Thorpe to interview her, seeing that he was the lead detective on the Donovan Thomas murder.
Okay. And do you know or have any information about whether anyone after Detective Thorpe may have interviewed this person?
Well, it's not just one person.
Relevance.
Him,
Sustained.
1,
All right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you...
not only
got
them, but there's
information
another group of
from
people
Mr. Zachary about the
involved with them.
1428 Adele Avenue and
accusing them of
1903 Drew
one being
Drive
a gang, two
shootings.
doing a murder of somebody that happened
What
9 years
people
ago,
did you take out warrants for?
and doing
Do you
other
recall?
crimes together of being a
After his interview?
street gang.
After,
No, this is the longest trial
okay,
in U.S.
before
history.
or after?
This is
Who
ne-
did you
there's
take
never
out
been a
warrants
trial
for
this
the
long
Adele
before.
Drive shooting?
We're on day
Quindarius Zachary,
140.
Antonio
And
Sledge,
they missed 2 months
and
of the trial
Demikion
because
Garlington.
a judge got kicked off the case because he's a shooter. So if this would have
Did
really been going on, we would be on
either
day
of those
200 right now.
people
This is the
at
longest
any
trial in
time during this incident, to your knowledge, have dreads? Either of the three you took out warrants
a
for?
little loud. I'll turn
No, they didn't.
the stream down a little bit, or the YouTube down. But
Given
yeah,
that those
so
are the only three people,
yeah, this is like the
and you said
longest
after
trial
the interview,
in
the
U.S.
question you
history
just now,
and
you said
definitely in
after the
Georgia
interview.
history.
Did you take out these warrants before
because,
or after your interview?
Like this guy right here is a famous rapper, Young
Quindarius
Thug,
Zachary.
right?
They were before.
Okay.
He's being charged for 1 count. He's
And
being charged of just being in a gang,
After
right?
the
He's not being
interview
charged
with
for a
Quindarius
murder.
Zachary,
He's not being charged for
Did you
shooting. He's not being
check out
charged
any
of
more
anything.
warrants?
They're just charging him, saying that he's the leader of the gang, right? This guy is in charge of
Why
all of that stuff and like
after
doing the killing of the murder.
your interview
This
with
guy,
Quindarius
this guy
Zachary,
right here, he's already in
did
jail
you
for life.
take out warrants for
He's in jail for life,
Caldwell?
right? This guy right here, he's in jail for life, and they're bringing him into this trial,
I didn't have any corroborating information.
and he's already in
to
jail
this,
for life.
trial
They're just
located
trying to say like, oh,
telephone
well, he's in jail
number
for life.
Um,
They're
to my
responsible
knowledge,
for
there
it.
wasn't
So they're
an
just trying to
eyewitness
use
that can
him as a
identify
pawn
him,
to just make it
outside of Quindarius saying
all
that he
together.
was there.
But they're pretty much just everybody's being
I
accused
didn't
of
have anything
separate
else to go on
things,
to corroborate what Quindarius
and then they're
said.
trying to say they all say YSL, so
Now,
they're all a gang. They all talk alike, so they're
when
all a
you
gang.
say that
And it's
you
just
did
like,
is that the way
What?
that, explain why that meant something for you?
I think
as an
the sentence is
investigator?
like 30 years.
For you personally, not
I'll look it
any
up.
other entity or any other person, just you.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay.
20 years.
What about
So if they say everybody's guilty,
Tay? Did you
he
want
will go
more
down for 20
information
years.
About Tay's
Objection, Your Honor,
involvement?
leading.
Overruled.
Did you want more information about Tay's involvement before you took out a warrant for Tay?
I did.
So yeah. So
Did
he
you
will go
want more
down for
information about Shannon's
20
involvement
years. He's
before
already
you
been in
took out
jail
a
for
warrant
2
Shannon?
years, so.
I did.
But it'll probably get reduced to like 5.
I feel like I missed somebody. But
Trade-on.
Traydon, did you want more information about Traydon's involvement?
Yes.
After the
Actually, in Georgia, it's 5 to 10 years. So he might get 5 because he doesn't have a criminal record.
ADL Drive
So they might just give him 5 years. He already been in jail for 2 to 3 years. They'll give him time served, give him a year of probation, and then he'll be done.
YSL and If Gang
Which is just
or
dumb.
any other group.
Everybody else, y'all go to
Did it
jail.
cease?
Yes, did you stop? Or did you
No.
continue looking into other incidents?
No, it was
But
definitely
this the
more
thing is
incidents
like
after.
this is not a federal trial.
And
This
were
is a
you
state
responsible
trial.
for-
The feds
were you
didn't pick this
assisting
up
in
because they're
investigating
just like
those
there's
incidents
no
as well?
evidence.
Yes.
The former
Was
district attorney
2015 in terms of
had this case and didn't
gang
prosecute them
activity.
because they said there was no evidence to prove that they were a gang or that anybody did anything. All of these people have done things separately or together, but it was in a gang conspiracy. It's not like you can say, oh, you have Bloods, you have Crips, you have Latin Kings, you have
you saw in
X, Y, and Z,
2015
right? And
that
they're
you, considered part
very
of this
easily,
retaliatory shooting,
you can say
was
that if 3 Bloods go kill
more or less
2 Crips,
activity that you
that
saw
that's
in either
that was
2014 or
gang related.
2016?
They're trying to say like, oh, this guy shot somebody and killed somebody, so he's in a gang, so that means that that was gang activity.
Were you a gang investigator?
This guy
with
shot
APD in
somebody
2014?
or got caught with a
Were you
gun
gang
and drugs, so
investigator
that's
with
gang
APD in
activity.
2016?
This guy got
I
caught
was
with a
promoted in
gun,
March
that's gang
2016.
activity. This guy got caught with a gun and he stole and he robbed somebody, armed robbery somebody, that's gang activity. This guy doesn't have a charge.
Tell the jury about
he's just being charged with being in the gang.
Observation
I believe he doesn't have a charge
of
besides just
the
being in
number
the
of
gang
gang incidents or shooting incidents
and taking
involving
pictures with
gangs
them.
in 2014
Mind you, there are
and
other
2016
people that
as it related to
that
the
they
Atlanta Police
forced to
Department.
come to do testimony
An exact
that
number?
are quote unquote
No,
a
just
part of this
are
gang
you able to talk
and
about
already did
your
time for
observations of the amount
murders
of gang
and
activity as it related to
shootings
shootings
and
in
guns and all this other
2014?
stuff, but they are not
Your Honor,
included in
again,
this trial
I'm
because
gonna
they
not
let
refer
them
to
plead
question, I'm
out
gonna
and
object to
made them
relevance.
come testify against them. And then when they testified against them, they said, "Yeah, we talked to the police, but we were lying to y'all."
Ask a different question.
And they're just trying. Their whole case is just contingent on
Was
them saying that
the
they killed a
amount
rival
of
street leader
gang activity
and
that
they can
you
prove it, and they haven't proved it.
investigated
They haven't proven anything.
during the 2015
And it's just like, bro, y'all had
period where you were looking at YSL and if gang.
y'all
Was
had
that
9 years to
more-
find
was that a
proof that
usual
somebody
number
killed it.
of gang-related shootings
They
you
haven't even
had
found out who killed
investigated?
the dude.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
They
It's the same question.
charge a couple of people that are here and a couple of people that are out free in the world, are not on this trial anymore, anything. They got charged with the murder, and those charges got dropped later
Now, when
on
you
because
were
they didn't have
talking
evidence to
to
prove that they killed the person.
Mr. Zachary,
But now they're trying to say that,
and
oh, just because they didn't have proof to
pictures
kill
were
that
placed
person,
before
that they
him
killed that person,
during the
they
conversation
have
about the Donovan
quote
Thomas
unquote
murder.
reason to believe that they
Mr.
did.
Zachary
And it's just like,
indicated that
huh?
he saw or
It's just,
that
I'm telling you, this shit is a
Yak
mess.
was the person he
It's
was
a mess.
looking at. Do you remember he asked was it Y-E-K or
A
somebody
goddamn
said
mess.
Y-E-K?
Yes.
Who was that a picture of?
Mr. Yak, Diamante Kendricks.
Okay. And when he indicated Shannon and said, is it Shanon, who was he looking at a picture of?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And when he indicated Nard, who was he looking at a picture of?
Demise McMullen.
And when he indicated Duop, who was he indicating, or who was he looking at a picture of?
Justin Cobb.
All right. When you spoke about wanting to, when you spoke about the Browns Mill Road shooting and the surveillance from the sit-go that was shown to Mr. Zachary, do you remember him saying something like, I don't know nothing about that incident?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall the reason why you had him identify who he believed with any amount of certainty was the person Nard? Do you recall why you had him to do that?
To get more corroborating information. That case we were still in the process of working it until we tried to get everyone identified and charged accordingly. We knew that he was involved with YSL members, and we.
For the last couple of days, my mom's have been acting funny. It
Did
was
you have
scrolling
information, or were
down
you working
this
on
morning.
leads as it related to a Nard?
Yes.
The Browns Mill Road shooting. All right.
Not you got an MMO mouse and an FPS mouse. I just got.
And I think I asked you whether you knew
I got
who
an MMO
Nard
mouse and I
was
just
at
play it
the
for
time,
everything. It's a lot easier for
that
me to
Mr. Zachary
play
signed
hero shooters.
that piece of paper
So I
showing
got it with
Nard.
this Naga V2.
And am I correct that at the time you hadn't yet identified
Maybe
him,
that's why
or
you haven't been
had
able to
and were
carry
still
on
trying
a
to confirm?
gigantic. Your
Believe
other
I had
mouse
his
was
name.
making you
We
lose.
were trying to confirm if he was the person in the surveillance video.
Now, when you
Come
said
on, girl.
something like,
Gotta do better.
did
Well, at
I
least you
hear
don't got it.
say
You can cancel
Big
your order.
Nose Nard that had been charged with kidnapping? Did I hear you say something like that during the interview?
I believe Quindarius said that.
Okay.
What the hell is going on?
And did you have information that Demise McMullen
Big
had
Nose
been
Nard.
arrested for kidnapping?
Yes.
Did you pull that report, that incident report?
Yes.
And did you also, during your investigation,
You gotta get the 20. Mine's got 12.
obtain a phone phone number
I got the two
for
buttons
Demise
on my left
McMullen
trigger.
or Nard.
Yes.
What's that, 14?
And
Yeah. Got 14. Oh, boy. I should go play. I should go download WoW
was that
again.
number 404-217-6?
Reading from the documents, not in evidence.
Your Honor, I'm asking a question.
Sustained. Sustained.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you recall the number that you obtained for Demise McMullen?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Would seeing, first of all, did you?
Now you gotta ask, did you write any down anywhere?
For that case?
The kidnapping case?
Not the kidnapping case, but for the Browns Mill Road shooting case.
I did.
And did you have that file after you left the Atlanta Police Department?
No.
What did you do with that file?
I left it with the Atlanta Police Department in a file cabinet.
In a file cabinet?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe what that file looked like, if you can, to the jury.
It's approximately, 7, 8 inches thick. It was reddish brown file folder, binder, had clips in it, a bunch of paperwork.
Did you look at, with the state, any such file before coming in here right now?
Did I look at it? Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize that to be the file that you
Yes.
kept? Okay. Would showing you a portion of that file
All right, I
refresh
gotta
your
get my
memory
digital
as to
copies
what
of
phone
stuff.
number that you had?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh God, again. Oh my God. Well, she fucking up already. Again. This girl's so trash. So trash. Well. Four, 2, 2, 7, 3. Let's go. Well, this trial's a shit show. Okay. Need to call to get all of that.
An early lunch. Be back at 1. An early and long lunch.
Well, like it's a problem.
Yeah. All right. If y'all want to take a look at that before the witness gets back.
You, Your Honor?
You're just going to put it back in the condition it was in just a minute ago and then permit them to look at it?
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Before we ask Investigator Gaither any questions, I would ask the court to inquire of the state when they received this file and how they received this file, because we're completely in the blind.
Okay.
We went over to the Atlanta Police Department.
When?
Obviously before.
Use your mic. Is your mic on?
You have to call in.
Just before we served, I think we called it complete case files from Operation Planners incident. This is where we got this one, the other ones that were included in that discovery tranche from the Atlanta Police Department. That's where they came from. The one titled Complete Case Files.
I have to get
2015
I have to download a report from my phone carrier with the text messages from my old manager and phone calls and all this good stuff.
Operation Planners.
For my court.
Okay, and
case
so the contents of that file
I got
were
going on.
served whenever that was?
Yes.
All right. What led you to suddenly ask Detective Gaither if this was her file?
As I was looking through for a particular number, I was trying to find both that photograph where Mr. Zachary had signed A515 NARD on the Browns Mill Road photograph, so I was looking for that. And I was just looking through everything that we had. And in looking through it, because I knew I'd seen it somewhere, I found it in this particular file folder. And looking at it, I initially had, I'll show the court what I was about to show.
Well, why don't you put it back together? And then, and I know we're asking you to do several things at once. So how about put it back together and then you can finish your answer.
Yeah.
The phone call.
Hold this.
All right, let me make a phone call real quick.
Yeah, it is. The one that is called Operation Planners Complete Case File. That's where this is.
Customer service.
now you can finish your answer as to why this suddenly seemed like it might be Sergeant Gaither's file.
Just pull up discovery. And I'm pulling up as well the discovery that has been served.
Let somebody else do that.
Okay, someone else is pulling up. So anyway, Your Honor, as I said, I was in trying to, when we were getting ready for Mr. Zachary, actually I think it may have been another witness, Mr. Murphy, but I remembered seeing somebody's handwriting on a picture of someone at the Browns Mill Road gas station, the Citgo. So as I was looking for that, I started looking for, I said I remember somebody's signature being on it. I don't remember if I thought it was Mr. Zachary or whomever. In either event, I found this particular, the one that we've entered as, anyway, the one that Mr. Zachary signed. On 8/5/15. I found that and pulled it out and just started looking at it. I didn't know whose file it was, and in fact, I sent a text message to Detective Dennis on a particular date asking him, whose writing is this, on Thursday of last week. And it was a portion of this file that contained a report about Demise McMullen and a kidnapping. And it had Demise Nard McMullins. So I asked Dennis, whose writing is this? And, let's see. I don't see where he wrote me back, but while I was in the back just now, I asked Sergeant Gaither, whose writing is this? And she said, I think I asked her in the, like, whose writing is this? And I don't remember whether she said it was hers or Dennis's, but I asked her if this looks like her file. And she said, that looks like my file, what's in it? And I said, here. And I showed her what was in it, the stuff that they were looking at, that I was looking at. And she said, it looks like my file. And so I came out here, and that's what I asked her. I asked her, did she see that? Did I show her? Did she see it? Does it look like her file? And she's answered the way that the court is aware. And we're looking at the discovery that we served, and Mr. Atkins is telling me that we served that in 2022. So I was, well, wait, we're confirming. I'll take that back. We're confirming when it was served. But I know that we provided this information because after I saw that, I went and looked up.
When were the discussions about whether Sergeant Gaither's file existed or was destroyed in the hack or whatever? When did those occur? Before or after that discovery was served?
I think after, but yeah, but I don't think, I know for a fact that whatever was discussed, like when I looked through that file, I don't see in that file either anything that was like
actually
the copy
indicates that it's her. I mean, I didn't either in my quick cursory review of it. In fact, there are some reports from other investigators, and I don't see any handwritten notes or anything like that. But I mean, I guess, did you recall at this time that what everybody previously thought was that Sergeant Gaither's file no longer existed?
Man, these phone companies are
Did
so
she
fucking
recall
trash.
or did I recall?
Did you recall when you went and asked her, hey, is this your file?
No,
What?
You didn't remember that? Did you remember that? I mean, when she was like, yeah, that might be my file, were you like, huh, so it actually exists after all? Or were you like, not even remembering that it didn't exist?
No, I remembered when they were asking her questions about interviews or certain parts, certain things within that she said were within her file, and I didn't see, that's not in what I have. I've never seen that. So I cannot say, no, I didn't say, oh, this now exists, because nothing that she said didn't exist existed.
It's in there still?
Correct. I didn't see anything.
Y'all, if you want to take a look at it, and if I'll let you ask Sergeant Gaither whatever you want to about it, or if there's still things missing from it. I'm sure that, this is obviously a hard copy paper file, and I imagine in this day and age, people don't download everything from the computer, and maybe she had an electronic file also, and that's what she meant, but y'all can find out.
Can I just clarify the record a little bit?
Yeah.
And I would very much like to look at that file. Last time, and I believe it was last time, I can't recall how many times Investigator Gaither has testified, but I'm going to say last time. She took the stand. There were specific things that she said she did, and they were not in the reports given to us. I'm aware that the state gave us electronic copies of certain documents in 2022. No one's disputing that. She claimed that, well, I did do that and I did document it. I wrote reports.
Right.
And I said, well, where are the reports? Because we had discovery and it didn't have any of these reports pertaining to the work she claimed she did. And so then we talked to Judge Glanville about it, and Judge Glanville kind of summarily attributed it to the hack, which I didn't necessarily agree with, but he also told the state, you need to go to APD and make due diligence, your best to find this file. Everyone was looking for this file. And then apparently the state obtained this file and never reported back to the court or to defense counsel, hey, this file that everyone was looking for, last time Investigator Gaither testified, we found it, this is what's in it, here you go, because my understanding, I haven't looked at it, but other people on the team have, the new discovery that was served does not contain that amount of information from the file. That I'm looking at how thick that file is. There's like one police report in the new tranche of information that they're claiming they served after the file, but at no point did anyone from the state tell anyone on the defense, to my knowledge, at least to me, hey, remember that file that you guys were asking about and Judge Glanville instructed us to go find? We actually went and we found this file. And I just don't know how that happens, that we're learning that this missing file has apparently been discovered. I guess we're going to review it to see. I don't know how we learn about that in the middle of direct testimony. That's just tough for me to reconcile with everyone being above board.
Your Honor, I'm reviewing the discovery actually that was served, discovery 1 of 3. When was this? When was this?
Anybody from the defense that wants to go ahead and take this file and look at it, you're welcome to.
And just for the record,
Sir.
I've been informed April 29th was when Gaither, Lieutenant Gaither testified previously.
April 29th of this year. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
8/2/22 is the date that those items were served in discovery. Is it 2?
And by those items, you mean
What's in that?
the contents of this brown paper file that's about an inch and a half thick? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at now, and I'm looking through.
Okay.
This is what has been
And
pulled
so
up.
it's, I mean, y'all can.
And so I cannot speak to, I can't speak to anything regarding the stuff that was asked about that didn't exist because, one, I don't see it, I don't have it, and...
All right, why don't both sides either confirm if you can or otherwise whether the contents of that file, whether labeled at the time as belonging to Sergeant Gaither or not, were served back in 2022?
It appears that...
Can I ask again for the date of service of that?
It looks like we served one, the date that I just gave, we served August, what was the other one? The first one, August the...
She said 8/2/22.
And 7/11/22 as well. That's what I'm looking at.
And can I ask one more question? Do you know where in the consolidated discovery with the hard drive?
At 30-36, there's those 3 PDFs that say discovery. It's like 600 pages of PDFs. You combine them all. My spidey sense, I haven't physically looked through that today. I'm pretty positive those 3 PDFs are those documents. Because that's not a new file. That's like the same file that created that discovery back in July. Where again in the consolidated? Act 30-36.
30-36.
Correct. And it should say discovery 1 through 2. And discovery 1 is July 11, 2022. That's what I think that is.
So it may be that the only thing that's new is that it now maybe realized that this is actually whatever part of Detective Gaither's file still exists.
It's new to us.
I mean, it's my understanding from what Ms. Love has said that it's new to her as well as of today.
No, that we had the red files. We scanned red files.
That it might be Detective Gaither's.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
That I didn't know.
I know. Okay.
Can I show them on LSY what I'm talking about?
And I mean, I'm just going to offer again with the Ms. Love, maybe when you talked to her outside and she said whatever she said to indicate, yeah, that might be my file, that you come in and you say to your opposing counsel, hey, you know what? The file of Detective Gaither's that we thought was entirely gone, well, you know what? Apparently a part of it is this portion that we sent you 2 years ago. You know, I mean, it just would
do
make
understand,
things
but
easier.
I just want to make clear that this is not something that was, we tried to conceal from anybody, given we served this.
I understand. Obviously, if they confirm that they already have the contents, that's not necessarily up for debate. It's just that the knowledge that it's Sergeant Gaither's is new, and when you learn it, it'd be nice to share it with the other people.
And yes, Your Honor, I understand what the court is saying, but I do also remember when when questions were put upon this witness about the items that she had in her file, no one brought to her the discovery that they already had and said, is this what was in your file?
Apparently nobody knew where this came from.
They knew that this was Detective Gaither's, that this was Sergeant Gaither's investigation. So I don't...
The stuff we were questioning her about was not in the discovery. She was claiming she did work that was not provided.
And it may still not exist. And we all know, I can't remember the dates of the hack, but we all know, because we practice in Fulton County, that there was some gigantic, what we call hack of the whole city, and APD legitimately lost a whole lot of files that were never able to be recovered. So, I mean, that's just a fact.
But we have a paper file, Your Honor.
I see that.
And the hack does not affect paper files.
I understand. understand that.
And Investigator Gaither specifically testified that she wrote reports for certain things. They were in her file that has now been lost.
Okay,
Now,
and
so
you
if-
can ask her when she said that, what did she mean? Because like I just said, I mean, all of us in this day and age have things we print out and things we just keep on an electronic file that only exists in the, wherever it exists, in the cloud, and we never print it.
And Your Honor, I have also talked to Sergeant Gaither about not what she told them, but in previous, looking at previous information, having reviewed information that I know for a fact she kept on a terabyte drive, I asked, where is that? And she has told me in the past that the terabyte drive where she had all of her information about all of her cases was connected to her desktop computer at the time that the hack occurred. So I don't have access to it. She didn't have access to it. I know that just from talking about other cases.
Okay.
So I didn't ask her specifically about this one, whether this was on that terabyte drive, because those weren't the questions that I put on her. Those were questions posed to her by counsel for each of the defendants. Like, where is this? And
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Also, when it's time for Your Honorable Court to rule, just so we don't waste time with the jury, the question is, let me show you something from your file, and I'm going to object because even though it's potentially, sounds like in Sergeant Gaither's file, retired Sergeant Gaither's file, it is hearsay. It sounds like, and I have not looked at it, there were a lot of people looking at the files, but it sounds like it's somebody else's information that somehow got into someone else's report on a phone number of Mr. McMullen. So based upon that, that's going to be my objection. That's how this whole question began. So I just want to give you a heads up.
Okay, and honestly, yeah, it was a question about a phone number, but what was the question going to be?
it was going to be after she talked to Quindarius Zachary, did she attempt to locate or did she have the kidnapping file?
Right.
Was she able to locate a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Okay.
And I still don't know whose handwriting that is on the phone number.
Then relax.
It was just going to be what was the phone number.
Okay, well, could she locate one is fine. What it was would be, I don't know why we have that echo all of a sudden.
We're good. I think we had one of them. And so initially what I was asking, because the number, it has already come out, that is the number, I think on cross-examination, Mr. Steele asked Mr. Sprinkle, did he find communication between Demise McMullen and Kenneth Copeland? I remember, I don't remember, but he specifically asked, did you see calls between Demise McMullen and somebody else? And I came back and said, what number is it that you have for Demise McMullen? Mr. Sprinkle gave 404, that number.
That he thought was it, but he wasn't certain. Yeah.
No, he actually said this is the number. He didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And so all that I was doing with Sergeant Gaither is asking her, was that, and I started to ask the number because it was already
in. Ask her if she found the number, but
that's literally
what the number was is subject to a valid hearsay objection. So you can't ask what the number was.
Okay.
How much longer do you expect to have with?
That was literally the last question.
Okay. We can talk about it during the non-jury days we're going to have, but we've got to streamline this case some more. This is, you're just going to have to figure out a faster way to get to what it is that you want from each witness. I mean, in federal court, You know, they might just say, you got an hour with this witness. And
Do they limit
we
both
will-
sides to cross
we will
and
talk
state?
We'll talk about the witness list next week.
And Your Honor, yes, I
It says,
understand.
oh yeah, we'll be done by 10 with this witness, and we haven't even gotten across yet. After having her all day yesterday.
She was here Monday, Judge.
Whenever it was.
Monday was 2 days ago. She waited all day and did not testify.
Well, that's not the issue. The issue is how long she's on the stand testifying, and how long every witness is on the stand testifying, and how many witnesses there are in this case. It's just a lot.
Your Honor, do the federal, are both sides restricted to an amount of time?
Well, I mean, I would imagine that it's not like they let one side go on forever, but the other side only gets 10 minutes.
And given that the state does have the burden of proof, Your Honor.
I understand that, which is why I haven't done it yet. But y'all need to self-regulate.
I provided the court with those cases, Your Honor.
So do the attorneys want to let your clients go have lunch while y'all examine this, or do you think y'all would be done in a few minutes and you want to question Gaither, or what's our best use of time?
I think we'll be done.
Oh,
okay.
Your Honor, also, I'm being told I have not reviewed the transcript or anything, but I think that Sergeant Gaither may have said that she left APD and didn't have any of her files with her. I don't know, with respect to that testimony, if what was represented is what she said.
That may be. That seems to happen a lot, that detectives leave and they don't have access, and then for some reason, the DA's office, who would have access, doesn't seem to be able to get it. But that's just my observation from other cases.
Until they're doing direct testing.
When we can, we do. but when
I've been
we don't have it, we
overruled by my colleague, and we're asking for a little bit of time to review this, and we're asking for our clients to be allowed to
All right, well, I don't know if their lunch has quite arrived yet, but it should arrive soon if it hasn't yet. So do we want to reconvene at like 12:20, which would give you all a half an hour, or 12:30, which would give you 40 minutes? Because if we're going to...
It's not here yet.
Not here yet, okay.
12:20 will be.
Okay. Well, that might not be enough time if it hasn't arrived yet, but...
Oh, you were going to have, okay. I misunderstood. They were going to eat while we were out.
I mean, ideally...
12:45?
Well, no. There's no way that this group of lawyers can get anything done in 15 minutes, so no. If we're going to examine Detective Gaither before the jury comes back at 1, we need to be back before 12:45, because we're not doing this part in front of the jury. So, 12:30. And the defendants can use the restroom before they eat and get that out of the way. All right, see y'all back at 1.
Alright, so an hour break. This place is a shit show. I'm about to go get myself something to eat, take a shit. Other stuff that I gotta do. I need to download iTunes something. Yeah, I'll be back. I gotta do some stuff.
thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Judge, at the time that we were on break after counsel for defendants have had a chance to review the file, I went back out after I looked at the file some more, and noticing the word copy on the file, as well as a copy of the state's demand, a state's demand for discovery, file stamp November 17, 2016, within the file about the file. I went out and asked whether Sergeant Gaither kept things in her file that she had labeled copy, or did she keep the originals in her file? She said when she made copies for other people, she put the word copy on the documents, and every document in here has copy written on it. So there's also a handwritten set of notes within this file that she says is neither her writing nor Detective Dennis's writing. And so what I believe that this is a copy of her file, the copy that was served on July 21st, 2022, and not her actual original. Even the document that I was looking at with respect to the name Nard Quindarius Zachary has the word copy written on it. So she said her original file would not have copies. It would just have the original. So this appears to be, and I would ask that anyone who wants the opportunity to ask questions, and even reviewing the video of her and Quindarius Zachary's interview, she has a file folder in front of her that when she opens it up, before she opens it up, it has something white on the front that is not present on this particular file folder. So this looks like a copy of hers. And
I don't know what it looks like, but
Okay. These men are all fighting for their lives. I don't know how we get to a point where we just grab a file and then just throw it in front of a detective, and the detective's like, yeah, looks like my file, in front of a jury. And then over a lunch break, then we determine, well, it's actually not her file. And again, none of us were even told about the file before it was even presented in front of the witness. None of this makes any sense. If it's not her file, then it should have never been presented as her file in court.
well, if it's a copy of her file, I mean, why don't we just get her in and ask her?
Go get. I agree, Your Honor. And
Ms. Lev, if you'll present her with that file, please. Sergeant Gaither, do you have any idea what that document is, or set of documents is, that Ms. Lev just presented to you?
Looks like paperwork from my case with Dexter Montgomery case. Majority of these documents say copy, so I'm assuming it's a copy.
Can you either speak into the mic more or speak up more, or both, please?
It appears to be documents from the Dexter Montgomery case file. The majority of these documents have copy on it, so I'm assuming it's a copy of the file.
A copy of the file, and why would a copy of your file have been made? Because it's still in like, folder form.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, the original, I never give out my original file to like the DA's office when it's requested through the complaint room or a different attorney. So I would make a copy and give that to them as opposed to the actual file, the actual original folder.
Okay, and would you put it in a folder like that brown folder?
Yeah, it would be similar to this. It would have separate things, and my case file would have like a white paper with a type form on the front with the suspect name, case number, and address.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for Sergeant Gaither about this file? Come on up where she can hear you.
I know it's been said in court before, but it's Sergeant, right? Sergeant?
Yes. No, retired, whatever.
Okay. Good afternoon, Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
Do you typically, when you send files to the DA's office, is your normal practice back when you were working as a police officer, would you make a copy of your file and send it to the DA's office?
If it was requested or portions of it, originally when we send a case over, we would, whatever we have for the complaint room, copies would be made, but the actual original file would not be given.
And my understanding is that these copies would be made after arrest, after you close the case, correct?
Not necessarily after arrest.
Okay. Is that, I'm looking at a kind of rust brown file. Is that the typical appearance of one of the files that you would have copied or copy and send to the DA's office?
Not all the time, but I do use these file folders like this.
Okay, so there's nothing about that file that indicates that's not something you sent to the DA's office?
That I didn't?
Yes. There's nothing about that file itself. For instance, you're not saying, I've never used that type of folder or anything like that. That's consistent with something that you would send to the DA's office.
I've used it in the past. I've used manila folders. I've used envelopes.
All right, and I'm going to ask, I think I know the answer, but you don't specifically remember what the appearance of the copy you made on the Dexter Montgomery case looked like?
Not the actual folder, or no, not the actual folder.
Okay, but the contents are consistent with copies that you would have made and sent to the DA's office, correct?
Yes, they have copy on it with my initials and the date.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for telling me that. Could you show me where your initials are? So that initial right there, and I'm not trying to give you a hard time, I'm just trying to understand, that initial right there, is that in relation to that specific document, or is that the first document in the folder, so it relates to the folder itself?
If you're talking about the actual folder, not the contents, I can't say that I initialed the folder, but the contents, if a copy was made of a particular document,
gotcha.
I wrote copy with my initials and the date.
Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you.
Any other defense attorneys who have any questions for Sergeant Gaither about this issue?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay.
May I just ask a question?
You may.
Retired Sergeant Gaither, does this file, is this the file that I asked you whether you recognized before you came in to testify the last time? This whole?
Just now, yes.
Yes. And you mean when you say just?
Yeah.
When we said the last time? Are we talking about earlier today or are we talking about in April?
Earlier today, is this the file that I asked you if you recognize? Did I ask you before you came in here, before 11:30 and testified, whether you recognized this file?
Yes.
Did you, at the time you looked at it, notice or take note of the fact that each of the documents inside from your file had the word copy on it? Did you notice that at that time? Were you?
Yes. Notice my initials just now?
No, not just now.
Oh, no. When you, prior to, yes.
And when I spoke to you before you came in, before you testified where there was where the jury was in here, did I ask you specifically about an incident report that is on the back page of the file folder itself regarding Demise McMullen and the kidnapping?
Yes.
Did I ask you whether, or did I ask you about if that was a part of your file?
Yes.
Did I ask you at that time about some handwritten notes that are a part of this file?
Yes.
That I'm holding in my hand before you came in the last time?
Yes.
Did I? When you're describing yes, what do you mean?
When I was sitting back here in the room.
And when I asked you whose was this, did you know who it was?
No.
Did you tell me whether or not it appeared to be Detective Dennis's writing? And did this appear to you to be Detective Dennis's writing?
No.
Before you started testifying, before when I asked you about it, did you notice then, before you were testifying in front of the jury, a certified copy of a conviction for Walter Murphy in the file before you got in front of the jury?
No.
On break, while we were at lunch, did I ask you whether you got this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction during, or would that have been in your original file?
Yes, you asked me that.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, you asked me that.
What was your answer?
No.
So this certified copy of Walter Murphy's conviction was not in your original file?
No, ma'am.
And this writing on this piece of paper I'm holding up wasn't either?
No.
Okay. But did I ask you about any of the things that had copy on them before you testified in front of the jury? Or was my question about what was in the back?
What was in the back regarding McMullen?
And when you looked at it, did you tell me that it looked like your file?
Yes.
Are the documents that have copy on them copies of things that are in your original file?
Yes.
Okay. Have I shown you any file pertaining to the Dexter Montgomery shooting other than the one that I'm holding now?
No.
Have I ever shown you these photographs that have copy on the back of them? Any original of these photographs that did not have copy?
So I have the guys that are looking.
Inside the video for your interview with Quindarius Zachary, are you holding a file folder in your hands?
I believe it's on the table.
It's on the table?
I believe so.
Is that the file for the Dexter Montgomery shooting or something else?
I believe it's for
I'm sorry.
Adele.
Okay, for Adele?
The one that was on the table?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
believe that was for Adele Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
afternoon.
Have you looked through what everyone's calling the file, but I'm referring to the brownish colored, it's being held up right now. Have you looked through all those documents by any chance today?
Not thoroughly, no, sir.
All right. If the court lets you, would you just look through it and just tell us if there's anything from your file on this April 12th, I think I got the date right, April 12th, 2015 shooting, the Dexter Montgomery shooting, that is not
I have to find it, but I did
in
talk to
what Mr. Atkins is holding right now.
I couldn't tell you every piece of information or document that should be in the original file. That was almost 10 years ago. I couldn't tell you either way.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that's who called. So
Yes.
he wanted to. So the attorney that I'm talking to, his name is Alex.
When you make copies of your files for the DA's office about cases that the DA's office will be prosecuting, do you omit pertinent police reports from those copied files?
Do I omit pertinent?
You leave things out, or do you copy everything?
If it's information that I have from my original file, it will go into the copy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's not the one that's doing it. He's the guy that would do it.
Hey, Sergeant, good afternoon.
Sir, good afternoon.
I have a couple of questions just to follow up. You testified earlier that you said portions of it I will send over to the district attorney's office. Can you tell the court, as a practice pattern of what you do in terms of getting that information to the DA's office, what are those portions that you would send over to the district attorney's office when you're sending the file over?
Well, initially, I don't know if APD still uses the complaint room or what the process is now, but that's what I followed up with that question. A lot of information would not necessarily be in a complaint room case file that you initially sent over to the DA's office. So that's what I was speaking of. You would have the original police reports. There's surveillance stills or videos, stuff like that would be sent over to the complaint room. If whatever district attorney is assigned to the case for preliminary hearings or information like that, if they would like the entire file, then the file would be copied and sent to them. So I was speaking more or less about portions of the file would be sent to the complaint room.
Okay.
If that makes sense to you.
Okay, so what are generally the documents that you would, as a matter of your practice, would routinely be held back with your office, with you and your file, that would not go to the district attorney's office?
Your Honor, could he clarify when he says would not? Does he mean initially or ever?
Well,
I don't know what he means.
Okay, well, let's just break that up.
Yes, sir.
The documents that are in your file that you house in your folder as part of an investigation, you said portions will go to the district attorney's office, so that suggests to me that there are portions that don't.
Well, to the district attorney's office, I mean the complaint room. So early on in the case, when you're charged and you obtain your warrant, it has to go to the complaint room. So a lot of information or documents may not exist yet until, let's say, after you interview a person, and you may obtain more information. So therefore, it will be added to the original file.
Okay, all right. So then it's basically the investigation is continuing to be ongoing from the time that some documents make it to the complaint room and the time that other pieces of your file will eventually go to the district attorney's office at a later date. Am I understanding you?
Correct. The complaint room is part of the district attorney's office, but it's one of the initial, I guess, attorneys that touch the case. So once the case is, I don't know what the process is of assigning a case to a particular district attorney to prosecute in court for preliminary hearings or trial. The initial portions of an original case file will go to the complaint room, which is just the first portion of evidence that you obtain. So the complaint room basically looks over your case and they make the determination if it's prosecutable or you need more things to go forward with the case actually being assigned to an actual attorney.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right.
And we We have the date, the email date, and the email, the copy of the email where the state served the copy of what was shown to Sergeant Gaither today in the original email.
So I guess just when the jury gets back out, clarify this in her original file, it's a copy of her file. And it's your belief, Sergeant Gaither, that what exists now is the copy that you made to send to the DA's office at whatever time they requested it. Is that fair?
It's fair, but like I said, it appears that they may have added some documents to that.
Once
but,
they had it in
yeah,
their possession.
That's
Okay.
right.
All right. Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, on the lunch break, Mr. Sharp handed to Mr. Atkins a thumb drive of exhibits that he said he's going to use. At the time that he gave it to us, we could not open it or access it, and I think he did something in the last few moments that allows us to access. I don't know what's on it.
Push it in. Your Honor, we can use it now. Yeah. It's been rectified, Your Honor. Me and Mr. Sharp worked together and we
Great,
figured it out.
fantastic. I love it when attorneys can work together as professionals. That is wonderful. Okay, so you know you've had a chance to see what's on it?
No, we're looking.
Your Honor, because it was my fault for not being able to open it earlier, no, I have not been able to listen to all of them, but I have them.
Okay. Is this...
They're all clips from the video that was.
All righty, great. And is the video already in?
It is.
Okay. Thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury? Yes. Okay, let's get the jury. Did Myron go away? Or whatever.
Before we broke for lunch, I asked you regarding the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery shooting, whether or not you looked at a file before you spoke in front of the jury that contained documents. Do you recall talking to the jury about that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the jury or telling me that it looked like the file that you kept in the Dexter Montgomery case?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to look at portions of the file even more closely while you were on lunch break?
Yes.
And does the portion portions of the file that you looked at have the words copy on them.
Yes.
And was the file that you saw, did it contain portions of your file, your original file?
I'm going to overrule that. I think we're just trying to get through this to establish what this is. And we all, so.
Based on information we were just given, that's a misrepresentation of what it contains.
Okay. Sustained. I don't know. Ask another question. Ask it differently.
Okay. Is the file you looked at, in fact, your original file or copy of portions of the file?
Objection, Your Honor. Same issue. It's a copy. It's not a copy of portions.
What?
Overruled. She can say what it is or what it isn't. She can say yes or no. And then she can explain.
From what I looked at, there are documents that were in my original file, and there are documents that were added to that particular file.
Okay.
It is not the original.
It what?
I don't believe that is my original file.
Okay. And in your original file, did you have information regarding a kidnapping involving Demise McMullen?
Yes.
All right. And in that, report involving the kidnapping of Demise McMullen, did you have
Yes, the Mass Bar Association label.
a phone number for Demise McMullen?
Yes.
And did you obtain, or did you have someone on your behalf obtain records for that phone number? Cell
Yes.
phone records?
Yes.
Did the information you obtained regarding Demise McMullen after your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did it aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting? Did those records that you obtained aid you in the investigation of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
That's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Every time I say that,
Did the information that you got from Quindarius Zachary about Nard, were you able to corroborate that information?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
Were you able to corroborate whether the person listed on State's Exhibit 503 that you got from Quindarius Zachary was in fact Nard or Demise McMullen?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Is there cross-examination for this witness?
A few questions.
All right. Come on up.
afternoon, Detective Gaither, or Sergeant Gaither.
Good afternoon.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to ask you a few questions about your interview with Mr. Zachary. In that interview with Mr. Zachary, when he is asked where he got the information about the murder of Donovan Thomas, at one point Zachary says, "Yak told me," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you asked him why, presumably why, why did Yak tell Zachary that information? You recall asking him why?
I do.
But he didn't respond to that. He did not give you a why as to why Yak would tell Mr. Zachary that, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The video is the best evidence of that.
Sustained.
After he didn't tell you why.
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
It's in the video.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
After he didn't tell you why, you didn't follow up at all, did you?
Follow up with what, sir?
You didn't ask him repeatedly why. You did not delve into that further. You let the conversation go a completely different direction, correct?
Compound.
Sustained.
After he failed to answer your question, you did not follow up, correct?
Follow
as
up.
to why.
I'm not understanding.
Vague, objection, vague.
Follow up is a very simple
Overruled.
term. After he failed to answer your question as to why, you did not again ask why, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also asked a little later in that same interview, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak say? Do you recall that?
At what portion of the interview?
In what portion?
You stated that
About
later
45 minutes into the interview.
Okay.
Okay. You say, what exactly did they say? What exactly did Yak? You don't use the word Yak, but you're referring to Shannon and Yak. Do you remember asking what exactly did they say?
I'm not recalling which context or what part of the interview you're speaking of.
Okay. So you don't remember asking what did they say?
I don't know.
I just want to ask, you don't remember?
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, that last question is harassing. It was asked and answered. And number two, if Mr. Weinstein has something to, she says she doesn't recall or know what he's talking about.
I can move on. It's fine.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the question. Mr. Zachary never told you in that interview exactly what Yak said, correct?
He did.
I'm sorry?
He did.
He did? What did he tell you that Yak said?
From the best of my recollection, he stated that Yak told him about the murder as well.
But you asked what exactly did he say? Right? That's what you asked him. What did Yak say? For example, correct?
I asked him what did Yak say, yes.
Right. And you asked also, what did Shannon say? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you remember Shannon's, or allegedly, Shannon's answer, what Shannon told Zachary? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll withdraw that. What did Quindarius Zachary say that Shannon told Zachary?
That they caught Nut down bad, and he also stated that Yak told him the people that were involved with the murder, the names. That's in the interview as well, that he stated Yak said.
But you didn't get an exact quote like that. You got nothing like that, correct? You didn't get the word. Let me stop right there. You didn't get an exact quote like that, correct?
Objection, vague.
Sustained.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what Yak allegedly said the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Objection, relevance, and objection, and objection, vague as to the.
Overruled. If you don't understand the question, Sergeant, just say that.
I understand this question. He gave me the names of the people that were involved. He did not elaborate more about exactly what Yak said.
Okay, but could you answer the question that I asked?
What's your question again, sir?
Can I have the court reporter read the question back? Because I doubt I could replicate it the same way.
You did not get a quote from Zachary about what
Yak
allegedly said, the same way that you got a quote from Zachary about what Shannon allegedly said, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't really ask Zachary a lot of detail as to the specific information that Mr. Kendrick, Yak, allegedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Specifically, he stated the names that Yak told him that were involved.
When you are asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that Yak may have disclosed that information to Zachary?
Objection. That would have called for speculation that she would not have been able to. That would not be admissible anyway unless it came from.
You can ask the question, whether she asked the question.
Alrighty, I am going to
relevance
leave
as to
this.
whether she would have asked Mr. Zachary to speculate about what is in Mr. Kendrick's mind.
She asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things.
I believe Mr. Quindarius offered information about your client.
Okay, but can you answer my question?
What's your question again?
Would the court reporter please read the question back?
Asked Mr. Zachary lots of questions about reasons and motivations for people doing things. Or overruled.
You need the question before that.
Yeah. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Thank you for your help. Could you read the question before that part?
There's going to be a lot of back and forth between the two of them before you get to the question.
When you're asking Zachary about Diamante Kendrick, you didn't, for example, ask Zachary the reasons that Yak may have disclosed that information to Zachary?
Did I ask him the reasons?
Yeah, did you ask him the reasons?
No, I did not.
Okay. So really, you didn't ask Mr. Zachary a lot of questions about the specific information that he allegedly got from Diamante Kendrick.
No, that's not on the video.
Sorry?
No, that's not. On the video, no, I didn't.
I'm sorry?
No, I did not.
Okay. Let me ask you something else. There was a discussion on Direct about the shooting at Club Crucial on January 6th, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you testified to is that Diamante Kendrick, Yak, he'd gotten arrested up the street from Club Crucial. Do you remember that?
I didn't say up the street from Club Crucial. She asked me if I knew that he was arrested that night of January 6th, and I stated after.
Okay.
I found out after.
You found out after?
Yes, sir.
And you know that arrest had nothing to do with that shooting at Club Crucial?
I don't know. I didn't charge him for that.
He wasn't. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Your Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
There's been, could I just respond? We've had officers in here
Your Honor,
testify.
Move on to the next question.
Okay. Also, earlier today, you testified when we're talking about how you corroborated information, that one of the ways you corroborated the information that Mr. Zachary gave you was because Zachary, Sledge, and Turner all were from Capitol Homes. Do you recall that?
How I corroborated information?
Yes.
I don't believe I answered. Corroboration came from them because they were from Capitol Homes.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Overruled.
That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
To who?
To anyone, that you corroborate information because they are from Capitol Homes.
Your Honor, objection. Number one, it mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Would them coming from Capitol Homes, them being Zachary, Sledge, and Turner, corroborate anything?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Would that corroborate anything, the fact that they are from Capitol Homes?
Are we talking about something specific involving this case?
This was your
or
testimony.
just-
I'm sorry. This was your testimony from this morning. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Would Zachary, Sledge, and Turner coming from Capitol Homes corroborate anything?
Objection. Mischaracterizes her testimony.
Sustained.
All right. I've got no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, come on up. This is giving me that cash is full thing.
Right here. Make sure none of my stuff is in there.
Yeah, certainly when we text me.
And
Utilize that. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Former Sergeant Gaither. Retired Sergeant Gaither. I think you know this, but my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Yes, sir.
I want to first talk about this file. May I approach the witness with the
You
file?
may.
Can I just refer to you as Sergeant Gaither? I know you're
Sure.
retired, but okay.
Sure.
All right, thank you. Sergeant Gaither, as I understand it, you were the lead investigator on the Dexter Montgomery shooting case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now
The secondary investigator. I'm sorry.
that shooting was from April 12th, 2015.
The secondary investigator, yes. It was originally assigned to someone, and then my unit took over the case.
You eventually took over?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your duties as the lead investigator, once you took over, you maintained a case file, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that case file was an original file that would have the work you did, the police reports generated, and all the information regarding the work that you did on the case, correct?
Your Honor, these questions were asked and answered several months ago, the first
They were.
time that Sergeant
Okay,
Gaither
well
was on.
then,
And now
they were, let's not go over
Well,
it again.
we now have the case, copy of the case
Well,
file.
no, we don't.
Okay, we have a copy. So,
Your Honor, I object to the testimony. The jury has heard what the witnesses said, and I object to Mr. Sharp attempting to put information before the jury that she's not said. And
Okay, just ask her a question about
So,
it then, but don't
as-
recover stuff that's already been established.
as I understand, that original case file was left in a cabinet in APD.
objection, that was asked and answered months
It's
ago.
overruled, he's just recalling her to whatever it was she said before. But move on and get to
I will.
whatever you want to ask now.
As I recall, you've testified that that original case file was left in the cabinet of APD when you left.
Yes.
Okay. And you have now identified that file that's next to you that Ms. Love brought to court today as a copy of that file, correct?
I don't think those were my exact words.
What are your exact words?
I stated there are portions of this file that are copies of my original file.
Okay, so let me break that down.
Yes,
It's
sir.
a copy of your original file, but then there's also additional materials that someone else added.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes what the witness said.
She can correct me if I'm wrong.
Overruled.
Is that correct? That it was your original file, that's a copy of your original file, and then someone else added some other documents?
I cannot tell you if that is my original file because I don't remember all of the contents of the original file. There are portions and documents of things that were in my original file that are now in this folder right here. And there are also portions that I don't know where they came from that are in this folder as well.
Okay. And when you make a copy of your original file and send it to the DA's office, you would want to include the pertinent parts of your investigation, correct?
Sure.
Because they're the ones that are going to be prosecuting the case, the DA's office.
At what stage of the case, like I stated to this gentleman here, different stages of the case going through the court system, you will receive different pieces of evidence. Maybe starting in the beginning, like the complaint room, you may not have all pieces of evidence or documents that'll end up in your original file at the end. So therefore, different stages that the case goes to the DA's office, you may not have all of the information.
It would contain the information for the work that you had done up to that point.
In the original file?
Yes.
Or portions of the file. At different stages, once again, you will receive different pieces of information. When I'm done with the case, all the information that I have for a particular case will be in that original file.
Right. And then the original file is copied and sent to the DA's office. Correct?
Sir, I don't know a different way to explain to you what
Do you withhold
I'm saying.
information
I
from
don't
the
know.
DA's office?
Your Honor, objection as to relevance and objection, she's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. As the lead investigator of the Dexter Montgomery case shooting back in 2015, do you remember the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Objection, Your Honor, these were covered months ago. The same question
and
was
that's why
asked
I'm
and answered.
calling it. We're calling it for the jury and for the witness.
Go ahead.
Do you recall the names Cornelius Davis, Carrion Mooney, and Christian James?
Yes.
Okay, they were individuals that your investigation led you to believe were in the car with Dexter Montgomery at the time he was shot, correct?
Your Honor, this, again, asked and answered, so objection.
Okay, I mean, I don't know what we're getting at here.
I'll get there soon.
Get there really soon.
Those are individuals that were in the car with Dexter Montgomery per your investigation?
They were victims in that case, yes, sir.
Okay. And they were also witnesses?
Sure.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to play some prior testimony from April 29, 2024.
Your Honor, I object.
Of this witness?
Yes.
I object to, the jury has already heard the testimony.
For what purpose? Y'all approach.
not going to ask you anything else about the case file. Let's talk about August 5th, 2015. Okay, that was the date of the interview with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Okay.
Could you speak up a little
Okay.
bit? Okay. So, Mr. Zachary was in jail, correct?
Yes, he was in custody.
All right, and he was in custody for a series of shooting residences from April 28, 2015.
Yes.
Oh, and you were the lead investigator in that case?
Later on, yes.
Okay. You were the one that took out the warrants for Mr. Zachary?
Yes, sir.
All right. And he was arrested on that case on July 28th of 2015, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact date.
The charges Mr. Zachary was facing, as you took out the warrants, 3 counts of ag assault.
If you can remind me what the case, the charges are, the actual warrants, I don't know off the top of my head everything he was charged with.
Aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell.
If you have something that can refresh my memory, I don't know of all of the exact charges off the top of my head.
All right. Did you charge him with aggravated battery?
Your Honor, the question has been asked and answered if Mr. Sharp would provide something. She's asking for something to refresh her memory.
She says she doesn't know the exact charges, so I'm trying to work through it with her. Do you recall charging him with aggravated battery for shooting Denise Bell?
Yes, I'm speaking of when you say counts, I can't recall how many exact counts is what
I
I'm
understand,
saying.
and I'm not going to press you on that. Okay. Criminal damage to property.
Okay.
Was that gang charges?
It sounds about right. I don't know off the top of my head everything that he was charged with.
You charge him with gang charges, gang act violations?
Yes.
And you charge him with possession of firearm during commission of a felony?
That sounds about right.
All right. And he also had pending, he was still on bond for it, but he had pending the case from May 5th of 2015 when an officer found a gun in Summer Good's car, correct?
Okay.
You discussed that in an interview about his bond conditions and all the rest.
I'm trying to remember.
Okay.
It was before, so I'm sure the case wasn't dissolved by the time I talked to him in August. So.
Okay, so he has this case of shooting the houses, and then he has a separate case.
The gun possession, yes.
Gun possession, right. And at the time on August 5th, from July 28, 2015, when he was arrested, to August 5th, he didn't have a bond, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You talked about calls that were made in the beginning of that. You said something to the effect, this is not a quote, your people are calling me, so, I'm here now. What do you have to say?
Okay.
Is that paraphrasing? Is that
sure
right? All right. And I think you testified that you gave your number to certain people related to him. Who did you give your number to?
His mother.
His mother. Okay. Is that your standard practice, to give your number to people that you arrest?
Yes,
Or the family, I'm sorry, the family members of people you arrest?
A search warrant was executed at her home, so a lot of people have my phone number. It's a common practice of mine, yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland, did he have your number?
You're aware that he had my number?
Okay. Did his family members have your number?
I don't think I spoke with any of his family members.
What about Miss Quarterman? Does she have your number?
I believe so.
Okay, and that was his girlfriend at the time? And mother?
His child's mother, yes.
All right. Demekion Garlington, did he have your number?
No.
Did his family members have your number?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to, and I'm specifically talking about Mr. Zachary now.
Mm-hmm.
When you made reference to people calling on his behalf or to get you to go out and talk to him, who specifically was it that was calling?
The best of my memory, it was his mother and his girlfriend at the time, Miss Good.
Okay. And these calls would have taken place in between July 28th, 2015 and August 5th, 2015. Is that fair to say? These calls would have happened after his arrest?
I would assume. I'm not 100% certain. But it was definitely after the search warrant was executed at his home.
Do you know what date the search warrant was?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
How many times did his mother call you?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance and
Sustained.
How many times did Summer Good call you?
relevance. Objection.
Let me ask you, are there any reports regarding these phone conversations you had with Mr. Zachary's mother or girlfriend that you generated?
No.
Okay. Were these phone calls you had with Mr. Zachary's mother and girlfriend, were they recorded?
I don't believe so.
All right. On direct, you talked about your practice of not revealing your cards first. Remember that?
I don't think I used the word cards, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Well, I'm not directly quoting you.
Okay.
But the idea that you hold back your information because you don't want the person that you're interrogating to know what you know and then structure a story around what they know you know.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
More or less, yeah.
Okay. People lie in the interrogation room, don't they?
Objection, Your Honor. One, relevance as to what people do, and two, speaking on the veracity of a witness is exactly the thing that the court has instructed the witness not to do.
That's not as to a particular witness overruled.
And Your Honor, then objection, relevance as to what other people do.
Sustained.
Okay. You hold back information because you're concerned about people crafting their lies around what they would know you know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Why do you hold back information from people in the interrogation room?
An objection that was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it wasn't asked and answered by me, and I'm trying to lay the foundation to go somewhere with this.
Okay, well, you just asked the question very similar to that, so.
Well, it was my recollection was objected to. That's why I'm asking open-ended now. Why do you withhold? I asked if she withholds information. Now I'm asking, why do you withhold information from people in the interrogation room?
Your Honor.
You just asked her about the testimony she gave on direct as to why she did that. And she answered. Yep, that was pretty much it.
Okay. In your experience, do people in the interrogation room try to protect themselves?
Objection, relevance as to what people in the interrogation room do.
Are we speaking about a particular case? I mean, everybody's different.
I'm talking about in your experience.
In my experience, everyone is different. They have different reasons and motivations for what they say.
In your experience in the interrogation room, do people attempt to shift blame onto others?
Everyone has different motives and tactics that they use to try to outsmart us. Unless you're talking about someone specific, I don't want to just generalize all of my experience and all of my interrogations.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about a specific example that came up on direct.
Okay.
Ms. Love asked you about Quindarius Zachary informing you that Kenneth Copeland, and Antonio Sledge Moontunk shot shell kill on Martin Luther King. Shell kill on Martin Luther King.
I don't know. Objection is to.
She asked.
You know what? I'll withdraw it. I'll let him ask the question.
Thank you. Do you remember?
Shot at Kelvin Watts, yes.
Yes. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if Woody admitted to that when you interviewed him, right?
Okay.
And you chuckled.
I don't remember chuckling. Just now or then?
No, then.
I don't recall.
Okay.
I want to say, of course not, is what I stated.
Of course not.
Of course
Why
not.
did you say of course not?
Because we all know that he didn't. We watched several interviews with him, and he did not state anything about that.
Okay. That would have been against his legal interests, right?
Objection, Your Honor. As to.
Sustained.
All right. In fact, Mr. Copeland said he denied doing anything out on the streets. He said that people were always throwing his name into
Objection,
things
Your
that
Honor.
other people did, correct?
Relevance and the best evidence was what they've already seen.
All right. Okay. Let me ask you this. You, as an investigator, wanted to talk to Mr. Zachary when you had him in the interrogation room about the things he was accused of first. That was your first line of questioning, correct?
The case that I had for him, yes.
Right, the shooting up the houses from April 28th.
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish DS-41A.
Yeah, those are all part of the. Yeah.
Right, and it's 21851 to 22201.
Your Honor, with respect to.
01. Yes, sir.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so I would object under 403 since the jury just heard this entire interview and ask that if there's a question, that the question be posed. But this portion of the entire interview has been played for the jury.
That's true. It was very recently played. Why don't you ask questions, and then if she needs her recollection refreshed about anything, you can do that.
Okay. You focused Quindarius Zachary on the April 28, 2015 incident, right?
In the beginning of the interview, yes.
Okay. And his first thing he said to you was, "I wasn't there," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he claimed to have information about the shooting, though, correct?
Your Honor, this has been asked, answered, and shown.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have not asked this
It
witness.
doesn't matter whether you particularly have asked. It's already been asked.
By the state. I'm not trying to argue with the court, but I mean, I've been up here
If
for
we
5
already
minutes.
have the answer, just move on to something that we don't have the answer to yet.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you that Demekion told him all about what happened, correct? Demekion Garlington.
About what, sir? Which
The April
portion?
28th, 2015 shooting, Sergeant Gaither.
I don't believe that was exactly what he said.
Your Honor, may I play the video?
You may.
Thank you. Can we publish 41A, Mr. Kokomo? And that is 2/1851 to 2/2201.
What you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? I went there that night. You wasn't where? What did you hear about it? Someone came to the house waking me up tonight. DJ got jumped. I'm like, so? And then, you was at the house in Cleveland? Yeah. Apartment, after you? Yeah, 4 or 5 people. And then, that when she told me that she had got shot at too. That same night? Yeah, she said that they had gotten a whole bunch of shooting, and then like Ill Gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. Cause my cousin go with this boy named Tate. Y'all know him? Yeah, Javante. Yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house, and she said they were started shooting at the house, like they were shooting from the apartment. Like she said. Where is this house located at? Like you talking about Landrum apartment? Landrum and Zone 4? On campus? North campus? Yeah. So who stayed over there again? My cousin Liz, right? And Tate. That's what Javante said? Yeah. She your blood cousin? Yeah. I mean, you know how people say? No, that's my real cousin. So this gang got to shoot at them at Landrum? Yeah. Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on? She said it did happen last. It was after all the shooting. So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen. And I'll tell you like from how I heard, like what I heard first. Okay. I like should most of them call me or something in the morning to know that. But she like most of them cussing D out because D telling them that he shooting, they had shoot them in the face. So most of them told D that he had to find around home. And then that was she like and then that was D told I would sleep. D told me that morning like they had shot up the house. D told you that say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right? That your real name? You talking about Lil D from 30D, like Mechanicsville? Demekion. Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses. That who had shot at the houses? Him, Tay, and who it was? Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Traydon be with Tay. Named Traydon? Yeah. He told you personally? Yeah. How did he tell you over the phone? In your face? Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there and he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that they shot up Landrum where Tay stayed. So if gang came back and shot up Tay house? Yeah, someone right there.
That's good.
I guess.
So, after seeing that video, you would agree that Mr. Zachary first said he wasn't there.
Yes.
But he said he had information about what happened, right?
Yes.
And he said he got that information because Demekion came over his house and confessed it all the next day.
Your Honor,
he didn't use the word
I object
confess.
to the best evidence, and so.
Okay, overruled.
Did you finish your question?
That he claimed his source of information was not from being there, but from Demekion telling him the next day.
Correct. And also that portion, that first story that he just told about Demekion telling him and all of this was a lie, that he was actually there.
Well, I understand that, but that's what he told you. I'm not asking if it's true. That's what he told you.
Yes, that's what he told me.
Okay. And you had records, phone records. So I'm not asking you to comment on anyone's veracity, but you weren't believing what he was saying. He wasn't fooling you when he told you that.
Your Honor, this is asked and answered, so objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Later on, you called called him out. When I say later on, I'm talking about just after that clip. You called him out on what he was saying, correct? You
Your Honor,
challenged him.
Objection under 403. They've just heard, and she's been asked.
Okay. He's trying to do his examination, so I'm going to overrule that one.
Thank you.
You challenged him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he pled with you. He said, I'm being honest.
Is that a question?
Let's hear it.
Well, that wasn't on that clip. That wasn't on that clip. He told you in the interview room he was being honest, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. They saw it on the other clip. So best evidence.
Sustained.
Okay. He promised you he wasn't there, correct?
Your Honor. I object. Best evidence. The jury has seen it. Asked and answered.
If it's best evidence, I will gladly play the clip. Is that?
Your Honor, they've already seen it. This has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
All right. Okay. Still talking about April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th, through your investigation, you came to realize that there was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I would object. Asked, answered, and best evidence.
Overruled.
You're the lead investigator in the case. There was a shooting at Landrum, correct?
That's what Mr. Zachary stated. I don't believe I was able to find any evidence that occurred.
Okay.
Just best of my recollection, I don't believe I.
That's fair. Mr. Zachary claimed that his cousin Alexis Bryant and his girlfriend Summer Good were in that residence at Landrum when that shooting occurred. What he was claiming was a shooting occurred, correct?
Okay, yes.
All right. And the story was that Summer Good, his girlfriend, called him for help. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And as lead investigator on this case, you're aware that at Adele and Drew Drive, the subsequent shootings for which Mr. Zachary was charged, there were shell casings found on those scenes, correct?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Zachary, you're aware that he was arrested with a certain gun on May 7, 2015.
A certain gun?
Yes.
Yes, he was arrested with a firearm.
Okay. And that was 9 days after the April 28th shooting, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the ballistics from the shell casings at the scenes that you were investigating matched the ballistics of the gun.
I'm going to object based on hearsay unless there's a stipulation. So I'm going to...
Sustained.
Okay. I will move on. Mr. Zachary, in his statements to you, stated that he didn't shoot, right? Once he admitted he was there, he claimed he didn't shoot at anyone or any houses.
Correct.
He stated that Mr. Sledge never shot.
That's what he stated, yes.
Okay. And he named three shooters as my client, Shannon Stillwell, Shannon Jackson, Trevante Turner, and Ali Lee Caldwell, or he said Lee.
Right.
Okay. And you have said in court that you looked at some social media post with Trevante and Lee in it, correct?
And Traydon, yes.
And Traydon, okay. Shannon was not in this social media post?
No.
Okay. When did you look at this social media post?
The exact date I'm unsure of, but it was during the early portion of this Operation Planners, the Donovan Thomas murder investigation with the retaliatory shootings.
So that had been in 2015 you looked at this social media post?
Yes, the early part of 2015.
Okay. Did you print out that social media post?
Print it? No.
Do you have that social media post?
I did. It was on a terabyte jump drive that I had that was damaged when the city of Atlanta had some type of cyber attack. But I did have the actual photograph of it.
So we don't have that social media post in court here today?
I don't know if Ms. Love them have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Regardless of this post that you found involving that had Trevante Turner and Ali Lee Caldwell in it, you never charged Trevante Turner or Ali Caldwell with anything regarding April 28, 2015, correct?
Your Honor, I object based on asked and answered and 403, asked and answered in depth.
Overruled.
No, there was no corroborating evidence to say that they were involved.
Okay.
Outside of what Mr. Zachary stated.
And in the 9.5 years that have passed since April 28, 2015, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of these incidents from April 28, 2015, did you?
I've been retired since 2020.
Okay, so from April 28, 2015 to your retirement date in 2020, you never charged Shannon Stillwell with any of the events from April 28, 2015?
I have not.
Okay. You talked to Mr. Zachary about the Lil Wayne bus shooting from 2015, correct?
Briefly.
Okay, briefly. Did Quindarius Zachary ever claim to be on 285 or the highway when any buses were shot at or shot?
I don't believe so.
Okay, did he ever claim to be a witness to the actual shooting?
No.
Okay. He did tell you that someone was in a Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, but he could not identify that person, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Best evidence.
I mean, they can't have it both ways, Judge. They can't stop me from playing the video and then complain when I don't play the video.
Your Honor, they just saw the video, so objection is to a waste if we want to continue and expedite.
If she can answer the question.
What's the question again? I'm sorry.
He claimed that someone was in the Camaro, the white Camaro with Jimmy Winfrey, correct?
Okay, yes.
But he couldn't identify that person.
I don't believe he stated a name.
Okay. And he claimed that at Club Compound, he saw Shannon getting into Dolly's Jeffrey's sister, correct?
Okay, yes.
Dolly's Ford Explorer.
Yeah, I don't recall.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
I'm aware of the interview, but I don't recall off the top of my head what vehicle he stated he got into.
Okay.
It wasn't the vehicle with him, with Mr. Zachary.
You know Dolly's Ford Explorer to be bluish green, correct?
Correct, so I've heard.
Okay. Have you spoken to the bus driver who was out there that night on 285 driving Lil Wayne?
I have no reason to speak to the bus driver.
Are you aware?
Your Honor, I'm going to object if Mr. Shart is going to ask about another witness's testimony or anything like that.
I don't know what he's going to ask about.
Are you aware that the descriptions for the cars...
Objection, Your Honor. That would call for speculation. She says she was not out there. And hearsay.
Overruled.
Are you aware that the descriptions of the cars involved given by the bus driver were a white Corvette?
Hang on. Sustained with regard to hearsay at that point, yes.
Do you have any idea what the descriptions given by the bus driver were?
Objection, Your Honor. That's for the same reason, and it's irrelevant whether she knows what a description was. And Mr. Shart has no good faith basis for asking. She has testified that that was not her primary investigation. She didn't speak with them.
Sustained.
Did Quindarius Zachary ever put Shannon in a white truck the night of the Lil Wayne shooting?
When I interviewed him, no.
No? Okay. Do you know of Shannon Stillwell ever being charged with the Lil Wayne bus shooting?
Objection, relevance and hearsay and relevance.
Sustained as to relevance.
Okay. Going to move to the discussion you had with Mr. Zachary about confessions allegedly given to him on the night of January 10th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
All right. When you're investigating a crime or talking to a witness, you would agree that it's important to nail down details, correct?
Okay.
I mean, you can feel free to disagree. It's either yes or no. I don't know what okay means.
Do I feel as though it's important to nail down
details?
Details, yes.
Thank you. And at the time of this interview with with Quindarius Zachary, I know you weren't the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Correct.
That was Detective Thorpe, but you had a working knowledge of that case.
Objection, vague as to working knowledge.
Overruled.
Some parts of the investigation, yes.
You had sat down with Kenneth Copeland multiple times, right?
Correct.
And all that was prior to your meeting with Mr. Zachary, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. And regarding these alleged confessions, you would certainly want to obtain the contextual details surrounding the confessions, correct?
Objection, vague.
Overruled.
The confession as far as Mr. Thomas's death?
Yes.
And
You'd want to know the contextual details surrounding the
Objections, Your Honor,
confession.
regarding alleged confession. It mischaracterizes what.
Sustained.
As an investigator, you would want to nail down the contextual details.
Objection, contextual details as to what? Vague.
Overruled. If she doesn't understand, she can express that.
I don't understand.
You would want to know who supposedly confessed.
Objection, Your Honor. There's, again, the court sustained the objection as to alleged confession. So continuing on that.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, my client's presumed innocent.
Understood.
And Your Honor.
And I'm not accepting that there was any confession. So I'm going to say presumed. I'm going to say alleged
All right,
confession.
Stop. I'm going to excuse y'all. Thanks. I don't think that we'll excuse you.
Yeah.
I don't think the problem is with the word alleged. I think it's with confession.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know what else to call what we're. I'm willing to call it whatever, except I'm not going. With all due respect, Your Honor, I'm going to not run afoul of the court, but I'm not going to call it a confession.
Yeah, I think she agrees to that. I
Okay, well,
think
then
that's what her objection is.
Well, Mr. Zachary is saying that my client, Mr. Zachary said, he's not saying it now, said that my client came up to him and said he just killed someone. I don't know what other term that Ms. Love would prefer me use. I'm willing to use another term, but I don't know what else.
You have another term, Ms. Love, that would...
Statement, co-conspirator hearsay, Your Honor. A confession is something
We're not
made
gonna
to.
use that.
He's not alleging to have said anything, to law enforcement. So.
I've sustained as to the word confession. Can you use the word statement?
I'm willing to do whatever Your Honor asked me to do, as long as I can say alleged.
You can, well, sure, you can say that too. Okay. Let's everybody take a break. And let's hope that at some point this afternoon we get through this examination.
Can you step back, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Welcome back, Investigator Gaither. So, we were talking about an investigator when someone you're interviewing is saying someone else made a statement to them or an alleged statement to them. Okay?
Okay.
I'm asking, as an investigator, you would want to obtain from the person you're interviewing contextual details about this statement that was supposedly given to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those contextual details would include, obviously, who said it, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay. It would include when it was said, correct?
If you're just generalizing something, yes, or if you're speaking about a specific...
As an investigator, if someone is saying, Johnny told me this, and it's about what you're investigating, you would want to know when Johnny supposedly said this to the witness, right?
Correct, but every investigation is different. So if you're speaking about context, context is not always the same in every case because every case is different.
Okay, and we're going to get into specifics in a minute.
Okay.
You would want to know if anyone else was present for this statement to know if there's any other witnesses to the statement, correct?
Generally speaking, I can't just answer that and put all of that in one box, Mr. Shard. If you speak, I'm still answering.
Okay.
I can't just put all of that in one box when you just say all investigations. All investigations and all confessions or interviews are not the same.
As an investigator, when would you not want to know who else heard a statement?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I was just told...
Harassing.
Overruled.
As an investigator, when would you not want those details? Explain to me a situation where you wouldn't want those details.
There's not a situation that I would not want those details, but if we're speaking about something in context, a specific incident, all investigations are not the same. Yes, the generalized who, what, when, where, how, that's essentially what you want to obtain, but sometimes that's not always known by the person that's giving the information.
Okay, but you would want to know it.
That's what I just stated generally, sir.
Okay. And you'd also want to know exactly what was said, as close as possible, the wording of what was said, correct?
Correct.
All right. Okay. So let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary said other people said to him during that interview on August 5th, 2015. Okay? Quindarius Zachary claimed that Nard, Demise McMullen, confessed to him during that interview, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
With respect to the confession part,
Oh, okay.
Can you rephrase?
Yes. Quindarius Zachary, in that interview in August 2015, claimed that Demise McMullen, also known as Nard, made statements to him about the Donovan Thomas murder. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. But at other parts of the interview, and I'm specifically referring to 254-33 to 254-49, he told you Nard didn't tell me nothing. Isn't that correct?
Is that within the context of the murder?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
He also told you during the interview that he did not hear Nard say anything about it, speaking of the Donovan Thomas shooting. Isn't that correct?
That's what he stated in the video.
Okay, so in the same interview, Quindarius Zachary told you that Nard confessed, or, well, I'm going to use his words, confessed at Thug's house, And he also told you in that same interview, Nard didn't say anything about it, and he did not hear Nard say anything about it. Isn't that correct?
That's what the video states, sir.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary said something did happen, then said it didn't happen in the same interview. You said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent. That's what you said on direct.
Is that a question, or are you just stating it?
That's a question.
Okay.
On direct, you said that Quindarius Zachary was pretty consistent.
Yes.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary claiming Demise McMullen said something to him, and then later on in the interview saying Demise McMullen did not say anything to him. Do you find that to be pretty consistent?
In the majority of Mr. Zachary's interview,
Just got back,
he was consistent with the statements that he made.
Gotta go change.
From your point of view?
Change the
Pretty
big girl.
consistent?
She's in the shower, so
Sustained.
about to go get her out the shower, give her a snack,
Let's talk about
all that good stuff.
what Mr.
You know, I just can't
Zachary
get back and play
claimed.
games, you know what I mean?
The statement Mr. Zachary
I might play
claimed
something
that
in a second, so I gotta get her out, get her
Mr.
something to eat,
Kendrick
try to give her a snack, and then
gave to
I gotta leave around 5 o'clock, bring her
You
to a doctor's
actually
appointment.
asked him at 2:53:26.
How's work for you?
You asked him for contextual
If you're even
details.
at work.
You said exactly what did Mr. Kendrick say? Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked him that because you
That
wanted
ain't
to
too good.
determine
That's
the
good.
exact words.
That's good. That's good.
Yes.
You also wanted to ask him where this
Yeah,
was
no, but you
said,
said you
when it
you
was
left to
said,
do
correct?
errands, so
Yes.
I was like, oh, maybe you
And
was
when
on
you
break or
asked
something, so
Quindarius Zachary
understandable.
those questions about what he was
Wait a
claiming Mr.
minute.
Kendrick
Why
said,
does it say you're playing gigantic?
he never answered.
You're not doing work.
I'm not certain.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed my client,
Disappointed.
Mr. Stillwell, said.
He'll be looking for a game forever. Mm-hmm.
In this interview, you saw contextual details regarding what Mr. Stillwell supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, correct?
Whatever you feel is contextual details.
Okay, well, I want to be on the same page as you. You asked him where and when it occurred, correct?
Yes.
All right, and he told you at 2:51:15
You just played back at 9-0.
in the interview
Nice.
that he, Mr.
Doing better than
Zachary,
me.
and Moontoon, Mr. Sledge, had just pulled up to Thug's house, Thug's condo, correct?
Yes.
And that Shannon was planning on going to see some girls and then asked for a firearm, correct?
Yes.
And he told you at that point, before Mr. Stillwell went to see these girls, right when Mr. Zachary showed up, that's when he told Mr. Zachary.
Objection compound.
Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Zachary told you it was at this time that Mr. Stillwell supposedly stated that he caught Nut down bad.
No, I don't believe that was in that moment.
Okay, Your Honor, may I play DS41D?
You may.
And that's 251:15 to 251:45.
How long have you been in queue? Or this is a white girl.
Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after?
Jesus.
Same night. Shannon, I was walking through. I just walked me and Mooks when they pulled up at Thug house. And Shannon finna go to a girl house, and all the bullets were going out the gun. Like,
BRB.
got no gun. They see Mooks some gun. Mooks had a little handgun. They see Mooks some gun and go to the store. Mooks say, wait, I ain't got no bullet. And then when Shannon started talking.
Okay. After viewing that video, would you agree that Mr. Zachary's story to you was that And Mr. Zachary also told you that he showed up at the condo around 9 p.m., correct?
Which part do you want me to answer first?
9 p.m. Is that what he said?
I don't recall him saying 9 p.m.
Okay. In that video, Mr. Zachary is telling you, after you sought contextual details, that Shannon made these statements to him when he and Moontunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo.
And I believe in the rest of that. In context, he stated that they didn't want to say anything in front of Moontunk because Moontunk talked too much.
Okay.
So I don't believe it was in this moment when they saw your client walking in that he told him in front of Moontunk.
Well, so what's your understanding? When do you believe it occurred?
I believe he further states that he didn't tell him right in that moment that he said it in front of Moontunk.
Well, I mean, you'd want the details, so if that's not when it occurred, I'm asking you, when did this alleged statement from Mr. Stillwell occur, if not then?
You probably should have asked Mr. Quindarius that while he was on the stand.
Okay, I did.
Okay.
Are you aware, you would agree that Mr. Zachary is talking about a time before Mr. Stillwell goes to see girls that night?
Yes, when they saw him walking out of the condo is what he was talking about here.
Are you aware that that story changed in 2017?
Your Honor, I object to assuming facts not in evidence until...
Sustained.
We have played that clip, and that's in evidence with Mr. Zachary. We played the clip from 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Okay, then overruled.
Are you aware that his story about when it occurred changed when he spoke to law enforcement and district attorneys in 2017?
I was not in the gang unit in 2017. I was not in the gang unit in 2017.
Let's talk about what Quindarius Zachary claimed Mr. Stillwell said. In the 2015 interview with you, you would agree that he said Shannon told him caught nut down bad.
They caught nut down bad, yes.
Okay. And he also, Mr. Zachary also claimed that Mr. Stillwell gave him details about what had occurred, told him what happened. Told him who was in the car, for instance.
Yes.
Okay, and told him about going to meet Bushi and riding around in the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2017...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. If the witness has said she wasn't there in 2017, there's no good faith basis to ask if she knows anything about it. She said she never saw the video, so I'd object to lack of foundation. No good faith basis.
Sustained.
Are these changing stories pretty consistent?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, you were asked if, on direct, if you made any promises to Mr. Zachary. Remember that? Promises about bond or promises about a lenient sentence?
I believe so.
Okay, and you said that you don't have the authority to guarantee someone a lower sentence, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you don't have the authority as a police officer, I'm not saying you personally, but as a police officer, you don't have the authority to guarantee someone bond, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't do that. You didn't make any guarantees, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Zachary, when he came to talk to you? Well, let me ask you this. In the calls, did you have any calls with Mr. Zachary before August 5th, 2015?
Before?
Yes. Like you said his family was calling. Did Mr. Zachary ever call you?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. You say you don't believe so?
No.
Okay. These
I don't recall about a release. His family was calling, asking could I go pick him up because he wanted to speak to me.
Okay. When you got into the interview room with him, he repeatedly stated that his desire was to be released on bond, correct?
Correct.
He stated he'd wear an ankle monitor, but he just needed to get out of jail.
Your Honor,
correct?
I object they've heard the interview.
I'm sorry, you what?
I object best evidence. There, Mr. Shard is asking what he repeatedly stated, so they've heard the interview.
I'm not sure I understand
Best
that objection.
evidence.
Can you repeat your question?
Mr. Zachary, during the interview, repeatedly stated his desire to be released on bond.
And your objection is best evidence?
Yes.
Sustained.
Your Honor.
Yes.
As an advocate, I'd like to be able to ask questions about the video that was just played. I think it's to highlight certain aspects.
So I've sustained the objection. You may ask a different question.
Okay. Mr. Zachary indicated to you that Summer, his girlfriend, had told him it would be in his best interest to come talk to you, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed with him. You said absolutely. Correct? Okay. Now, when we talk about corroboration, that's something that you would do after the interview, correct? Check behind details or facts or claims, correct?
Are we talking about if someone told me something?
Yes.
Yes. I would try to attempt to.
Right, but that would be something done after the interview, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you weren't corroborating things in real time with Mr. Zachary, were you? In the interview room?
Well, if that was a piece of evidence that I had in hand, like Investigator Dennis had a video or I had phone records, I was able to corroborate in that moment. But if you're just talking about based upon just something he said that happened, no, I was sitting in the interview room with him.
Right. So you certainly weren't corroborating. I understand you had the phone records for April 28th incident, but you had those on hand during the interview, correct? The April 28th incident phone records?
Yes.
Okay. But regarding the Donovan Thomas case where you weren't the lead investigator, you didn't have materials to corroborate in real time his claims about that, did you?
I'm trying to remember. There were some persons that we had cell phone records of that we knew were involved in retaliatory shootings. So if we would, again, obtain probable cause or a search warrant for the cell phone records, some of the persons involved, we would go back to January to see if they were involved in any other incidents that we could corroborate.
So that involved. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So again, if it was a person that we had, some of those persons, we would go back to January to try to get some corroborating evidence.
But those materials were in relation to retaliatory shootings, as you're deeming them retaliatory shootings, not the January 10th, 2015 incident.
January 15th?
No. You had materials, you're talking about materials you had regarding, and these are your words, retaliatory shootings. Though you didn't have documents or what you're talking about did not involve the actual January 10th, 2015 incident. It involved things that happened afterwards, correct?
I cannot say for certain that the 3 persons, I can't say yes or no, out of the persons that we had, that we didn't go back to January the 10th of the Donovan Thomas murder. You say retaliatory shootings, which were in effect because of the murder. So of course we would go to January the 10th and not just the first date that we've known about the shooting, the retaliatory shootings.
Let me ask you this when we're talking about corroboration.
Yes, sir.
During that interview at 3:36:10, Investigator Dennis tells Quindarius Zachary, "You are doing great. You're doing a great job. I can't express to you the magnitude of what you're saying." Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at 3:36:57, during that interview, Investigator Dennis says, "These next couple of hours will determine the rest of your life." Correct?
Yes.
And then, of course, Mr. Zachary asks, "Can you release me on house arrest?" Right?
Okay, yes.
And during that interview on August 5th, 2015, you told Mr. Zachary, "I'm going to get on the phone with the DA ASAP. You have my word." Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Are there other defense attorneys who have questions for this witness? All right.
Horrible.
Can you give us just a second? Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Still.
May I?
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey. I'd like to ask you your background, and if I'm getting too far afield, just say it's beyond your knowledge, okay? When you were doing policing and you'd obtain surveillance video, images from, let's say, a business or a house, okay? I want you to focus on that. I heard you say today that you did that for the vault, the studio vault, when you watched the 10 cars go. You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't say I did it. I said investigator Dennis did.
Okay, you didn't see you didn't view
I viewed it, yes.
Okay. Now, in 2015, that's the date I'm focused on, were there different types of memorializing or capturing of the images whereby some business can hold the data or the images for 30 days, some would hold them for a year, some 15 days? Would it just depend on the particular product that they used?
I'm not aware of any, I don't have any technological background or things to obtain video to know how long a particular system holds information.
Okay, how about this? From your experience, though, could you get a video, let's say that you were investigating something that happened a month ago. Would you go to the scene where there may be a video camera and see whether it holds the 30 days or more? Have you been able to capture that type of distance, that type of time?
I've investigated cases where sometimes it holds it for 30 days, sometimes 3 days, sometimes a year. It's all dependent on that particular system or if we're talking about a specific investigation.
And when the system, we're talking about hold the images, at some point, because of storage, and if you don't know, just say I don't know, the storage, sometimes some images fall off. It's too old to keep on the storage. Is that your experience?
I'm not an expert in technological video expert extraction, so I can't answer that.
Let's not talk, just from your experience, is there a date where it just can't hold? The people tell you, well, you find out it's too old, the data won't hold. That's what I'm asking you.
Objection, Foundation.
I'm asking on her experiences.
Overruled.
If you ask me if video has been overwritten, is that what?
Sure.
Basically what you're asking me? Yes, I've heard of that, yes.
I think so. Okay. Have you ever dealt with a system that after, let's say, I'm using an example, 2 weeks, all the data is overwritten?
Objection, vague and relevance as to a system.
Overruled.
When you mean dealt with a system, what do you mean?
When you're investigating, or your own system, but have experience that all the data is gone, 2 weeks from that day, it's all gone, then it just starts brand new? Or is it more of a rolling system?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Let me ask a better way. I'm just using dates, okay? January 1, 2015, I'll use 15. There's a business, McDonald's.
Okay.
You hold the image, I'm making all this up, holds the image for 2 weeks, January 14th, 2015, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever had experience where on the midnight, going into January 15th, 2015, everything for the last 2 weeks, in my example, from January 1st forward to January 14th at 11:59 is wiped out and we start anew? Or is it that certain parts of the system and they keep rolling over? It just makes room and you keep adding the days, if you know.
I've been told on occasions, you know, a system like I just stated, if it's longer than their saving period or cloud period, it'll overwrite itself. It won't save it. I've been told that, if that's what you, if I'm answering your questions.
Okay, no, that's fine. All right. Let's go back to the surveillance I just asked you about McDonald's. You and Detective Dennis interview Kenneth Copeland, and I'm just focused on the last time, or one of the last times, June 10th, 2015. Okay?
Okay.
I know Detective Thorpe is there, and ATF agents, but from that interview, you and Detective Dennis go down to McDonald's to inquire about their surveillance. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you got the number and the name of the person who, and you gave it to Detective Thorpe, the homicide detective on this case, to follow up.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever told by Detective Thorpe that he had already gone to the McDonald's on or about the 11th or 12th of January 2015 to look at that video?
Objection. That calls for hearsay and relevance as to whether or not Detective Thorpe ever told her that.
They're working the
He
case.
testified, right?
Yes.
Overruled.
I was not told.
Now, you were asked about truly humble under God. You remember those questions earlier today? Or that question earlier today?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors and tell us where, in all of your work on this case involving Mr. Williams, and any time, where you ever had an interview, a conversation where you asked, or someone in your presence asked, or someone told you what THUG stands for.
There's never been a question asked of me.
With regards to the repost, and if you need to see it, please just tell me. I just have to refresh my memory.
You said the what?
Repost. And if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. January 26, 2015. Mr. Garlington, you helped the jurors see it previously. It starts out with Mr. Williams. I'm not quoting. I think it is a quote, but I don't want to quote. I don't get it. People lie to their kids, lie to their mothers, lie to their... You know, okay. Do you have the number that is? You know, I can have just one moment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You want the one with your client? That deputy? The one with Mr. Williams or one with Mr.
It's Mr. Garlington.
He reposted it.
I'm going to, the state is helping me out, Ms. Hilton's helping me out. Can I ask other questions in the meantime? Okay. Well, they're helping me out, so we'll come
Yes,
right
sir.
back to that. Okay. Do you remember being shown State's Exhibit number 526YY, if you could help me out, Mr. Atkins? And with the court's permission, this is already in evidence. And just orient yourself with it if you don't mind. This is already in evidence. It's the number I just announced. And do you remember this?
Why? I didn't think that's in evidence. Is that
I
what
hope-
you said?
I believe that's, you admitted it.
I said it would be admitted if tendered. I don't believe it was tendered.
It was tendered today, in my...
It, no.
Okay, I'm moving on.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. This, it's been called several things. Gang war, beef. You testified earlier, and please correct me. I do not look into transcript. This started from your investigation approximately fall 2014. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, you have information through your investigation that the fall, well, let's establish the fall. Approximately we're in the fall now, September, October, November, December, something like that. 2014, would you say that's the fall?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that Jeffrey Williams was with Donovan Thomas, friendly with Donovan Thomas, in the months of September, October, November, December, January 2000, well, those 2014 going into 2015. Fair to say?
I don't know that for certain.
You were told that?
Not necessarily, no.
You saw pictures? I'm sorry if there's an objection.
I don't.
You saw pictures?
Saw pictures of what?
Instagram pictures, postings, concert flyers.
Of what, sir?
Of Mr. Williams and Mr. Donovan Thomas together.
During those times of October, November?
Fall 2014, September, October, November, December, going into beginning of January.
I don't recall.
Your Honor, that was really compound, so.
Overruled.
I don't recall seeing any pictures during that time. You mean posted?
Sure.
I'm asking.
Social media.
Hold on. I'm asking you, do you mean, did I see pictures of them in October, September, December of 2014? Like at that exact time?
Are you asking
Yes.
if she saw the pictures then, or if she eventually saw pictures from them?
The second one.
If I eventually saw pictures of them, I believe I have that it was videos or something like that.
Okay. And same question, though.
Yes, sir.
Not as complicated. Rich Homie Kwan, you know who that is, Mr. Lamar?
I've heard of him, yes.
Same thing, performing with Mr. Williams in the fall 2014, going into January 2015.
I don't know of exact dates, no.
All right. Okay. Now, Mr. Zachary told you, when we watched it, he told you that this was really a battle, whatever word, war with, he called him Woody, but Kenneth Copeland, and he said Shellkel, but Mr. Kelvin Watts. True?
Yes.
And that Jeffrey and Donovan Thomas were friends during this. True?
I don't recall him saying they were friends.
Okay, I'm going to get you some. Do you know the transcript, or would you like to see the recording?
Whatever you want to show me.
Okay. Do you remember, I'm going to have to find it for a second, do you remember Mr. Zachary telling you that Jeffrey's not involved in Donovan Thomas's killing?
I believe he stated he didn't know that it happened until after it happened.
Did he tell you, do you remember the prosecutor asking you about whether Jeffrey didn't give an F about Donovan Thomas's death, and then Mr. Zachary giving an answer? Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was actually Detective Dennis who said that Jeffrey didn't give a F. True?
I don't...
Your Honor.
Okay.
Withdrawn.
53D, as in David, and it's from a clip from the August 5, 2015 video.
Okay, is this
That's in
the thing
evidence.
you're circling back to, or is this the thing you were just asking about?
One more time? It's what I've been talking about just now. And that's
Right.
State's
There-
Exhibit 531Y.
And that's with regard to the question that's on the floor that I don't think got answered?
Right, I think that
Okay.
the Detective Gates said, I don't remember.
Okay,
I
I
don't
can,
know.
yes, you may. I can hear
You could just listen to this first.
Yeah.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, like, he like, why did he kill Nut? He like, but then, down I guess they told him that Nut said it's a goal. It really, would be holding back stuff.
Does that sound right? On what was played earlier today or yesterday?
That's what we played, yes.
Okay, and that's Detective Dennis asking Mr. Zachary, in your presence, what was thug-like, meaning after the death of Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
And the answer, Mr. Zachary said, SHI, he was normal. Is that what you just heard?
Yes.
And then Detective Dennis said he didn't give no FU blank, right?
Yes.
And then Mr. Zachary said, I mean, he cared, like why did they kill Nut? Like, but then I guess they told him that Nut said it's a go, they really be, and would he really be holding back? Is that what you heard?
Sure. I think we all heard it.
Okay. So when the prosecutor was asking you earlier that Jeffrey Williams was, this is my word, insensitive. That's not what Mr. Zachary said, right?
I object to the mischaracterization of anything that.
All right, well, the questions aren't evidence anyway, and he said it was his word, so overruled.
That he was insensitive, I don't recall hearing that.
And it said that, I guess, they told him, Nut said it's a go. But they really be, would he really be holding back? And it goes on to, would he lies? Or little Mr. Copeland, right? Lies to Jeffrey. That's what it's about, correct?
I don't believe he said Woody lies to Mr. Williams.
Okay. Now, with regards to what you know from looking at social media, Jeffrey Williams put forth a rest in peace social media platform announcement, didn't he?
What are we talking about again?
January 11th, 2015, very early in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning, you're aware that Jeffrey Williams paid tribute to Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm not aware.
My goodness gracious, they've been doing construction all day.
Your Honor, the witness has answered, so I object to answered and assuming.
I'm not aware.
Can I refresh your memory with something? Can I show you the posting, or you don't know? You've never seen it?
Your Honor, I object to this. Testifying, if the witness said she...
Not testifying, overruled.
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. Have it? Can Mr. Kokomo approach?
For the purpose of potentially refreshing the witness's recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that something might refresh your recollection, Sergeant Gaither?
He can show me, but I don't recall.
Mr. Kokomo's here. Alrighty.
Can you bring it up? Can you go up?
Alright, we turn this shit off.
Watch yourself.